one day the bees will probably all be sprayed away. I mean, even when farmers are being asked or tasked to spray, whichever way, you're always told, don't spray in the times where you're seeing the bees interacting with the flowers, right? But because we want to use traps for all types of insects, we forget probably the interaction of insects with flowers and food production. So it's very important today to be here to speak about many of those conversations. And our bigger question, or our biggest question today is, how can Uganda be able to translate the RAPUR, which I talked about as regenerative agriculture and productive use of renewable energy, that nexus, the RAPUR nexus, into coordinated public action, in very investable market solutions, and also scalable benefits for the farmers. Because we know agriculture is a central point for Uganda. When we look at our 10-fold growth agenda currently that the government is paying attention to, looking at growing our economy 10 times from about 65 or 50 million US dollars currently to more than 500. Agriculture is at the forefront of what government is calling the ATMs. So they're saying agro-industrialization. How do you get to feed the industries when there is no production at the tail end? Or I mean production at the forefront, at the beginning. But what kind of production? How sustainable is that production going to be to get the products in? So if you're going to talk about sustainable production in the phase or in the age where we're talking about climate change, climate resilience conversations, then we are going to think outside of the box. We are going to think about business unusual. We're going to stop thinking and waiting for the rain season, because currently we are all waiting for what the Ministry of Water calls the son rains, September, October, November, right? But let's look at how end of August. Back in the day, you would say mid-August, end of August, the rains would have started. Sometimes things are totally different, right? When you expect rains, they're not there. When you don't expect them, then you have showers. So you see that we are going to do business unusual. That means we're going to speak about aspects like irrigation. I love that in the previous video, which was playing, we were talking about that. Aspects like irrigation. But how many can afford irrigation? What's the best way? What partnerships do we need to be able to do that? And that is why Powerful Food Partnership, which is particularly under SNV, but also funded by IKEA, is very, very important. Partnerships are very, very important because, as it's always said, if you want to go far, walk together. But if you want to go fast, you walk alone. But along the way, you might lose breath, and there is no one to even give you a glass of water. So it's a very important conversation today as we get to connect agriculture to energy, to evidence and decisions that are made by the farmers, and also get to see how we look at that in terms of the national priority of the people who are acting on all this conversation. So I want to once again welcome you to this dialogue, and I believe that by the end of the day, there will be actionable points, because we're not just here to talk and have a conversation amidst each other, but we are here to get actionable solutions that will be able to turn around the way we do agriculture, the way our food systems work in the country. I'm going to kindly request that we stand in your distinguished capacity and we take our anthems. We'll get the Uganda anthem and the East African anthem, one stanza each, just very briefly, and then we will officially be able to. That because we have the Ministry of Agriculture that is well represented here. The Ministry of Agriculture is a very important partner in this conversation, but also the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, very important partner. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all stand and take the anthems, and I'll request the technical team to help us prepare that. Let's all stand, please. right, let's bow our heads and pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the gift of life. We pray that as we gather in this place to have conversations about what you've blessed us with, that is nature and the plants and the food that we eat, that it will not end at just conversations, but it will be taken into actionable points for the glory of your name. We've prayed. Amen. We may get seated. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mildred Tohaise. I am a farmer. I normally love to start with that particular introduction because many people don't believe every time I say I am a farmer, and their smiles on their faces. Yes, I am a very proud farmer. I've been doing agriculture since I was in university. That's in 2009. I particularly do I call them baby plants. I raise babies in the nursery, coffee, cocoa, different fruits all together. But I'm also into coffee farming right now and agroforestry. So yes, I am a farmer. I've been there for a bit. I know the challenges that we do go through, but it's also a very, very fulfilling one. I know many of the people know me from the journalist side, media. So I keep telling people in the last few months that I decided to take a break from my 20-year media career to go and do farming. And some people can't even understand it. Like, how do you leave TV to go in the farm? Yes, because for me, farming, I normally tell people, is like raising a child. Parents, you know this. You know how exciting it is every day to see your child make a different step in life, right? You see them as a toddler, then they can sit by themselves, and they're crawling, they're walking, doing so many things, making their first statements. That's what I see with farming. When I plant a seed or I put a clone and see it grow and become very healthy and then put it in the garden, and maybe after 2 years I'm able to harvest coffee beans from that. For me, that is fulfilling. And I feel that we need to do farming in a totally different way. Back in the day, farming was a punishment back in school, right? Some people who were punished by being told to go to the garden and dig. I am seeing planned kids here. Oh yes, at least I have some supporters there. I thought I only have planned children who didn't go to schools that had farms. But that was the mindset, that farming was looked at as, for those who have failed, it's a dirty thing, it's another option when things fail in life, and yet we eat every day. That's one interesting thing. But now we need to turn around the tides of farming. It needs to be looked at as an integral part, agriculture, not just farming, as an integral part of our food systems, of our livelihoods, of our day-to-day living. And it's very important that we have such conversations. Without any further ado, I'd like us to get into our opening and strategic direction. I said already, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries is a very integral part in this conversation. And of course, the various ministries and programs that do get to feed into this conversation and to be able to take us onto that will be Mr. Julius Twinamasko, who is the Assistant Commissioner, Nutrition, Food and Animal Feed Security Investment, who will also later on be able to get to invite our next speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Julius Twinamasko, the people who are responsible for food, not just food, but animal husbandry, aquaculture, amongst many others. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, thereafter, we will definitely have Dr. Brian from the Ministry of Energy. But please, yes, Mr. Twinamasko, you're welcome, please.
Thank you very much, Mildred. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mildred, what is wrong with your people? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very good. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this very important engagement, policy and investment dialogue, and for us, we don't take it for granted. We'll see very, very good things coming out of this dialogue. So my name is Julius Twinamasko, as I have been introduced, and I'm going to give the opening remarks on behalf of my permanent secretary, Major General David Kasula Chomkama, the permanent secretary, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, who should have been here, but because of other engagements, he was not able. He has given me written notes, which I will read to you verbatim, so that you hear what he feels for this dialogue. So our colleagues from government MDS, I see Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Minister of Water and Environment, and other MDAs that are present. Development partners present here. I see the president of UMFE, Dr. Dika Mganga, representatives of the private sector, representatives of financial institutions present, farmer organizations and farmers, representatives of research institutions, representatives from the district local governments. I am able to see Uganda here, and I think other district local governments also are here. A civil society, all our partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to join you at this important national policy and investment dialogue on integrating regenerative agriculture and productive use of renewable energy for resilient food systems at a time when the question of how to feed our people, sustain our economies, protect our environment, and above all, look towards collaborative investments to support agricultural production and productivity, while at the same time increasing incomes for our population. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture remains at the heart of our economy and rural livelihoods. It provides employment for more than 2/3 of the population, food and income to millions of Ugandans, and contributes to almost half of our exports and a quarter of Uganda's GDP. Uganda is endowed with abundant arable land, estimated at 80% of its total area, of which only around 1/3 is under cultivation, but also of this 1/3, about 1% is under irrigation. But our agricultural systems are increasingly exposed as well to climate variability and climate-related shocks. We are experiencing changes in rainfall patterns, prolonged dry spells, floods, landslides, soil degradation, rising temperatures, pests and diseases, and increasing pressure on water and other natural resources. Post-harvest losses remain a major constraint on farmer incomes. I've heard Mildred talking about this. And food security, estimated at 30 to 40% across key value chains, including dairy, cereals, horticulture, and all these are compounded by an estimated 20 to 30% decline in land productivity in farming systems. These losses reflect not only storage constraints, but also limited access to energy, energy-powered cold chains, processing facilities, and value addition infrastructure at farm and market level. Against such background, the regenerative agriculture and productive use of renewable energy agenda responds to these challenges by asking how renewable energy can support agricultural productivity reduce losses along the value chains, improve incomes and climate resilience, while regenerative agriculture strengthens the sustainability and resilience of production systems. However, it is increasingly becoming clear that agricultural transformation cannot be achieved by the agricultural sector working alone. Farmers need to irrigate when the rain fails, dry and store produce properly and efficiently, maintain cold chains, process and add value to agricultural produce closer to the farm. All of this runs on energy. Reliable and affordable energy is therefore not simply an energy sector issue. It is an enabler of agricultural productivity, post-harvest management, agro-processing, competitiveness, and rural enterprise development. Equally, the transformation of agriculture creates productive demand for energy. As farmers, cooperatives, and processors become more commercial, as you may know, commercialization of agriculture is the aim of the Ministry of Agriculture. That's why we exist. So these create the predictable demand that makes decentralized renewable energy investment viable. This is where the agriculture energy nexus suffices. Regenerative agriculture can help us strengthen the productivity, sustainability, and resilience of our production systems, while productive use of renewable energy can provide the services needed to increase productivity, reduce post-harvest losses, and enable value addition. The opportunity is therefore how we can align and build on existing initiatives while closing the gaps. Uganda already has a strong set of national and regional policy frameworks that provide entry points for integrating agriculture, energy, climate resilience, markets, and investments. Some of these will be discussed in the course of today's proceedings by our colleagues. For example, we have the National Agriculture Policy, we have the National Development Plan 4, where agro-industrialization program is key. We have a number of policies in the energy sector. Our colleagues will expound on these. Climate-related policies and other national programs already provide important entry points for all this work. It is, however, worth noting that planning, financing, and delivery still happen in parallel and sometimes in isolation, which gives us fragmented investments, repeated pilots, and few pathways to scale. Our task is to connect these existing priorities more effectively and more effectively in implementation. This dialogue, therefore, should help us to move from recognizing the opportunity to identifying what needs to change. We need to ask ourselves, which policy and implementation bottlenecks are holding back integration? Which pure opportunities are sufficiently mature to attract investment? What evidence do government, investors, and financiers need to make better decisions? And which institutions should take responsibility for moving priority actions forward? Importantly, this should be a government-owned and Uganda-led process. The Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development are not here simply to participate in another discussion. We are here to provide strategic direction, listen to evidence and practical experience, and identify actions that can be advanced through existing government mandates and coordination mechanisms. I also want to recognize the contribution of the Powerful Food Partnership Program, which is housed at SNV, to this agenda. Powerful Food Partnership is well positioned to support government's priorities because its approach seeks to connect regenerative agriculture and productive use of energy, renewable energy through partnerships, evidence, market development, and learning. Its role should not be to create parallel systems, but to help demonstrate what works, generate and consolidate evidence, identify investment opportunities, and support government and market actors to take successful approaches to scale. The partnership's emphasis on working with government, farmer organizations, private sector, finance, research institutions, and other actors is particularly important and well aligned with government's agenda. It also recognizes that we should build on existing policy evidence, public programs, farmer experience, and private sector cases, rather than starting again from scratch. Call to action. As Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, our expectation is therefore that today's discussion will lead to action. I therefore encourage all of us to be practical, candid, proactive. Let us draw on what is already working, identify what is preventing scale, and agree who needs to do what going forward. Uganda has the required agricultural resources, entrepreneurial capacity, renewable energy, potential, and policy foundation to make this connection work. What we need now is stronger coordination, better evidence, appropriate investment, and sustainable implementation. So on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, I want to thank the government MDAs here, especially the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Ministry of Water and Environment, and other MDAs. I want to thank SNV and the Powerful Food Partnership for convening us, supporting us to come here and discuss these very important issues. Our development partners, the private sector, farmer organizations, researchers, financial institutions, and all participants present for bringing the conversation alive. I wish all of us fruitful deliberations, and I look forward to the practical actions that will emerge from today's dialogue. Signed, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Major General David Kasura Chomkama, for God and my country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Twinamasko, for ably representing our permanent secretary. And I think if there is, you can forget anything, do not forget that as the PS has said in that capacity, it's time now for us to look at, get away from discussion to action. So for the Bible readers, I think this is where we would say, let's close the book of Lamentations and now open the book of Acts, right? I don't know, most of us have not opened our Bibles physically. We use the Bibles on the phone app. But that's very, very important, especially when he talks about the fact that agricultural transformation cannot only be handled by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. It's a concerted effort. Ministry of Energy is very important because if we need to dry, if we need to do post-harvest handling, energy is an integral part, and this is why I'd like to now invite Dr. Brian Isabirie from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to come and speak to us. Let's give him some energy. We'll have some coffee to beef up our energies after.
Thank you very much, Mildred. I got to know Mildred about 10 years ago. Silently, she didn't know that we knew her. It was long ago in Dundu. I'm sure she remembers that word. we couldn't have had a better moderator for this session. And we follow you. When you're telling people to grow coffee while they are abroad, even some of us need to grow while we are here. So we are very glad that SNV selected the best that there is in this sector to lead us this morning as a moderator. I also want to say that the representative of the permanent secretary has done an excellent job in bringing out the nexus between agriculture and energy. And while he was speaking, I thought we shouldn't have had another one from the Minister of Energy, because he covered that very well. So mine this morning will be to emphasize the very good points that the General PS of MAAIF has provided. So I will not repeat most of the things, but I will only pick out a few things to emphasize. So a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, representatives from ministries, departments, and agencies. I have seen colleagues from water, colleagues from Ministry of Agriculture already, as mentioned. We have amongst us development partners in this particular case, led by SNV that has convened us here, but also representatives of ICARE Foundation. We have amongst us private sector. I have seen representatives from financing institutions, our own UECCC, but also Equity and the others amongst us. I have noted civil society organizations and farmers whose initiatives we are seeking to support. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me start by welcoming, on behalf of the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, all of you to this very important dialogue that is addressing aspects of integrating regenerative agriculture, productive use of renewable energy as a nexus. This particular conference or dialogue brings us together to address aspects that cut across two major sectors of government, but specifically addressing aspects of financing and investment. Allow me, as I start my remarks, to express our gratitude to the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, who are our partner on the other side, but specifically also speak and thank our colleagues that form the Power for Food Partnership, led by SNV, supported by ICARE Foundation, and all the other players. I'm glad to note that we have partners that are supporting this partnership from Creek, Peram, Usea, Nogam, Naro, and the others. Thanks for being here and being part of this conversation that we are confident will move our sectors jointly together. My colleague, the Permanent Secretary of Agric, has made a case for the agriculture energy nexus and highlighted the reasons why we are convened here today and why it is important that we handle this as a nexus and together. Agriculture, just for emphasis, is mainly rain-fed in this country. We continue to experience over 50% of post-harvest losses, and our land is progressively becoming less productive. While that is happening, we believe from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development that we have a solution that is powered by clean energy. However, we have a challenge, ladies and gentlemen. This energy is not available everywhere in this country, particularly in the rural areas where we practice agriculture. And that's why we believe and agree as a sector that we have a role to play in agriculture, that we have decentralized renewable energy options that can support our communities to do agriculture. And that's why we think that in this dialogue this morning, it's important for us to emphasize that options exist, options in renewable energy, but also options for energy efficiency and conservation. While we all appreciate, ladies and gentlemen, the importance of energy in driving sustainable agriculture, it's important for us to note that there are challenges which challenges we must discuss this morning. I'm well aware of the guidance from our moderator this morning that we shouldn't be lamenting. Allow me to just speak about these challenges because they are going to be very important as we discuss how to solve these challenges and provide solutions for them. One which was also emphasized by my colleague is the issue of policy fragmentation. There are a number of policies in water, policies in agriculture, and also policies in energy, which speak to one intervention, sustainable agriculture, but they are fragmented at the moment. You will note as you go on with the dialogue today that there are issues of financing. Financing that provides value for all users, for farmers, for businesses, both on supply but also on the consumer side. Things that we must address in this dialogue. We also have issues to do with low demand. So when you have to do business in agriculture, you must ensure that there is potential for aggregation of this demand because scale provides premium markets and provides value for all the users in the sector. There is a challenge there on how we can aggregate our demand. Three, and very importantly, emphasized by my colleague, the PS, is the lack of evidence. Issues of data, information, and knowledge for decision makers, both the private sector, but also the other users, including us in policy, is still a challenge. And I'm glad that we have representatives from CRIC and the others who have been keen in supporting this sector to drive aspects of data, information, and knowledge, and give us a platform for making decisions that are evidence-based. And I have noted that amongst us this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we have representatives from financing institutions, but also the private sector. We still grapple with a need for models that support sales and after sales, which are very critical in driving this sector. Because of those challenges, then we don't have energy providing the value that it would have to if we are going to push agriculture in a sustainable way. Ladies and gentlemen, those challenges are going to form much of our discussion this morning, and that's why we are convened here for this dialogue this morning. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to emphasize our contribution to this nexus and speak about the commitment that my Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is keen, and of course the initiatives that we've been working on. Those that have been around for some time, ladies and gentlemen, know that we revised our energy policy. From 2002 to 2023, we have a revised energy policy. And within that revised energy policy, there is emphasis on productive use of energy, specifically emphasizing aspects of decentralized renewable energy and aspects of energy efficiency. Within the same policy, we have been emphatic in demonstrating why productive use of energy is not only intended to support agriculture, it is also intended to support us in our mandate of sustainable distribution of energy in this country. Just for illustration, and I'm glad that the PS mentioned this, when you have agriculture as an offtake, then you provide better business model for us in energy. So we are not only supporting agriculture, but also supporting our business models, because then you provide us with a market for the energy that we generate on the other side. And indeed, for emphasis, ladies and gentlemen, if I can take an example of the mini grids, agriculture provides the much needed market for our energy, and it improves the business model for these mini grids and indeed other forms of energy supply. And that's why within our energy policy of 2023, there is emphasis on productive use of energy, and agriculture being one of such anchor loads that we plan for in our initiatives. This year, ladies and gentlemen, we'll complete our national productive use of energy strategy, and my colleague, Engineer Elizabeth, will speak about this during the panel. This particular strategy is an initiative to deepen the initiatives that we have planned within the energy policy of 2023. We are going more practical by having a dedicated strategy that will look at how different stakeholders and initiatives can be brought together to work together to drive the productive use of energy, and indeed, in this case, the regenerative agriculture and productive use of renewable energy in our communities. Recently, ladies and gentlemen, as a ministry and as a sector and indeed as a country, we launched the National Energy Compact under Mission 300. This Energy Compact is intended in overall space to move us to scale, from pilots to scale. And most importantly, under Pillar 3 of that Energy Compact, which we launched in South Africa recently, we committed as a country to drive last mile and productive use of energy. Again, this is another initiative by the ministry and indeed the country to show the importance and emphasize the need for affirmative action around productive use of energy as a driver of socio-economic transformation. That to us is another initiative and another demonstration of our intention as a ministry, but also as a country, to drive our initiatives towards productive use of energy and indeed regenerative agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, that is just an illustration of some of the key initiatives that we've been working on as a ministry. But most importantly, if you listen keenly to the speech of the Permanent Secretary of Agriculture, you must have noted something key in our interventions. Most of you had a speech that spoke like one that speaks for two ministries. It was a speech for the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, and indeed a speech for Ministry of Agriculture. Those initiatives and learning and lessons that we are taking are coming from what we are formulating as an Agri-Energy Interministerial Committee, which is an initiative or a platform that will enhance and deepen our conversations around this nexus, which is agriculture and energy. So you can see that progressively ministries are starting to work together because we have a common objective that we can achieve if we work together. And indeed, there is evidence that the learnings are starting to work together, and appreciation can be seen from and demonstrated from the way we are speaking at this platform. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to emphasize what is already obvious amongst us this morning, that this country looked at the engine of development in the current national development framework. Agriculture, tourism, mining, science and technology have been identified as key players in that dimension. So the ATMs, as convened here, as a country, as we convene here, must be put at the forefront of our planning. We as a country have agreed that we must drive agriculture as an engine of transformation. But to do that, you need energy that must be sustainable, clean, and available wherever you want to use it. That same emphasis has been placed in our NDP4 and indeed in our PIAPs as a country. We have been intentional to ensure that agriculture drives this transformation. As a country, we are keen to that, and this dialogue, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, sits right within that action and, of course, priority arrangement. Allow me provide some call to action, as indeed provided by my colleague from MAAIF. We are meeting this morning, ladies and gentlemen, to provide solutions. We have been guided to limit our lamentation, and that's why I was keen to just highlight our highlights of lamentation. Ours and the expectation of this meeting will be that we provide solutions, not continue talking about the challenges that we have. We expect that this dialogue will provide practical actions that we can implement and come up with concrete steps going forward on these actions that we think are critical in driving this agenda. We'll expect all of us to speak candidly about the implementation bottlenecks and the solutions that we think are critical and important in unlocking the challenges that we have as a sector going forward. Us, as government, our expectation is that from this dialogue, we shall have solutions that can form policies and policy options that will drive our agenda and indeed unlock the benefits of the agriculture and energy nexus going forward. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank our colleagues and our partners, SNV, and your supporters or those that support us, iCare Foundation. We are grateful as a country. We want to thank all the players within this partnership, the power platform. And I have mentioned most of them. We want to thank you for being part of this trajectory. I want to thank my colleagues from the ministries, departments, and agencies for the support that we continue to provide. And I want to ensure that all of us that live here today live with a message that this nexus works, and indeed that we have a role in each of these institutions that we can play to drive this agenda. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brian. At least one thing that is clear is that we are here for the actions. We acknowledge that there are challenges that have existed for quite a period of time, but we need to seek out for the solutions that can be able to turn around. Because you can't put in, no farmer would be happy to put in all their energies only to lose 50% of what they've been able to harvest through post-harvest handling. That is not chivalo, like the president says. We need to do some mathematics. That is the mathematics cannot be mathematicking, if there is anything like that in that particular context. And I love that Dr. Brian talked about the policy fragmentation. I think that is why government is now taking on the program-based approach to planning, as opposed to the sector-based approach. And I think the Parliament of Uganda also has to follow suit, because there can be program-based planning, and then we go to sectoral committees in Parliament, which now turns around the things altogether. But I think the management of Parliament has also been notified on this, and we need to see some progress made. I'd now like to invite SNV, who are also taking on the Power for Food. They're coordinating the Power for Food program that is, of course, funded by ICARE. And happy to see Carlos. The last time I saw Carlos here, it was a few months into his entry into Uganda. I think now he has settled. I don't know whether he has gotten a Lugandan name or he has gotten a clan. And he will probably tell us which Ugandan food he loves best so far after a year or so. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Power for Food Program Manager, Mr. Carlos Beso from SNV. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Mildred. Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Carlos. The last time that I was in this same room was in December. I think it was December 4th. And I was standing here with many of you for the launch event of the Power for Food Partnership. If I show you a picture from December last year, now that you see me here, I'm really enjoying Uganda. I have 1.5 years here in Uganda, living really, really happy. And one of those, for me at least, let's say, metrics, why I'm so happy living in Uganda, and I will share with you this one. And I know that this session is in live streaming, so it will be recordable what I'm saying now. I gained, but don't get me wrong, it's in a good way, I gained 12 kilos in Uganda in 1.5 years, but very happy. It's all about the nice quality food that we have in Uganda. Can we imagine then we have many colleagues here about organic sector, smart agriculture sector. So the food is amazing. So I really enjoy it here. And it's good to be with Mildred again after some months here. So please allow me to convey sincere apology from SNV Country Director, Megan Ritchie, who regrets unable to join us today. So she sent her warmest regard to everyone today, and I will be sharing some opening remarks from SNV perspective. So good morning, distinguished representative from Ministry of Agriculture and Industry and Fisheries, Julius, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Dr. O'Brien, Engineer Elizabeth, we have many colleagues, also from Ministry of Water and Environment. Very happy to see local governments with us around here. I think it's around 4 local governments sitting with us today as well. The private sector, financial institutions, farmer organizations, research institutions, civil society, development partners, and indeed, the Power for Food core partners, AXA, Nogamu, USEA, NREP, NARO, Pelum, CRIC, global partners like Academia 2063. We really appreciate what you are doing. Where under Power for Food, you are implementing the program, which is more about to amplify the great job that is happening in Uganda. So on behalf of SMV Uganda, I would like to warmly welcome and thank you for making the time to be part of this national policy and investment dialogue. But I will particularly like to recognize MAAIF and MEM for co-hosting today's dialogue and for the leadership they continue to provide across the agriculture and the energy sector. Their engagement is especially important because the opportunities, the challenges we are discussing today sit across institutional and sector boundaries, and progress will depend on stronger coordination, shared priorities, and practical follow-through. At SMV, our work in Uganda spans in agri-food, water, and energy systems. And one lesson becomes clear the more we work across these sectors. The challenges facing farmers, enterprises, communities do not respect sector boundaries. Agriculture productivity is connected to water, water is connected to energy, energy is connected to processing, storage, and markets, and all of these are connected to finance, policy, institutions, markets, ability of people and businesses to adapt and adopt. So this is why the conversation today about energy and agri-food really matters. For us, it's not about to promote in isolation energy, water, and regenerative agriculture or agri-food. It's about understanding what becomes possible when we connect them better. So renewable energy can enable irrigation, cooling, driving, processing, and storage, productive uses. Regenerative agriculture can strengthen the health, rebuild, restore our ecosystems. And when the two are considered together, we begin to see opportunities. And not only better technology, but stronger value chain, stronger enterprises, more resilient farmers, and more sustainable food systems. But technology alone will not transform a food system. Policy alone will not do it either. That is also why the diversity in this room really matters, to have all of you with us today. Government brings mandates and public leadership. Farmers and agribusiness bring realities. We were talking, and thank you so much. I don't want to repeat what our colleagues from MAAIF and MEM mentioned about how important is the evidence, the realities, and the markets and the smallholder farmers and private sector. How the private sector bring innovations today as well, deliver capacity, financial institution, bring the capital and instruments needed to force scale. But none of this perspective is sufficient on its own. And our role at SMV is not to arrive with all the answers increasingly. Our role is to connect actors, evidence, and opportunities to help to create spaces where different perspectives can come to the picture and we can move constructively together. So that is the spirit of Power for Food Partnership for supporting today's dialogue. And to be specific is where is the coordination breaking down? Where or which opportunities are generally ready to move? What is preventing investing? And perhaps most importantly, what can each of us can do differently and do better after this dialogue? This is not only a dialogue per se, this is an opportunity to connect, to talk, to create networks, and to continue coordinating activities meaningful to impact the economy and the society in Uganda and the rural families as well. So the real measure of success today is not about how many people is represented, how many organizations are represented in the room, or how many number of presentations have been delivered. I think even the quality of the discussion, I think that's not the real measure of success for today. I think the success will be whether by the end of this day, we are clear about what needs to move, who is prepared to move, with whom, and what are those next practical steps. So the real change takes all of us. So I really want to invite to join the movement to connect regenerative agriculture, productive use of renewable energy for a better future that is renewable, is regenerative, and resilient. SMV is pleased to support this space and to continue working alongside government and the wider ecosystem as the priorities emerging today move forward. And I wish all of us a candid and constructive, above all, action-oriented dialogue. So thank you very much once again on behalf of SMV, and that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos, and congratulations on your new structure, courtesy of Ugandan food. Yeah, sometimes we never get to acknowledge the beauty that we have as a country until you get to travel. At least for the people who have traveled, you can attest. Me, when I travel, the best thing I miss about Uganda is our weather and the food. And of course, the people. I mean, the warmth from Ugandans is a totally different one. But the food, yes, you keep missing. You keep looking at the menu and you can't decide, what do I eat, what do I leave? You understand? I now understand why the president said when he's traveling and he has to stay for a few days, he carries his food together so that the chef can be able to make his own Ugandan food. It's very interesting. And a pleasure. Thank you so much for appreciating. Now, moving on, we'll be having our break tea in not too long from now, but we have just two speakers who will be taking it in a very short while, and then we'll be going straight into our very first panel conversation. And remember, like we said, our conversations today are running on finding solutions. Yes, we'll talk about the challenges, but we'll also be getting how to overcome those challenges. Allow me now invite representing on the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, Continental Framing, that is CADIP. Remember back in the day, we used to say Maputo Declaration. Now, CADIP was in Uganda. So now we have to say Kampala Declarations. And it would be worse to be looking at Kampala Declarations when we as a country are probably not even fulfilling what was actually discussed in that direction. Allow me invite Wandwosen Tefera, who works for Academia 2063 as a senior associate scientist. Please, Tefera, welcome. And let's give him a big round of applause. He's a development economist and has a lot of years in agricultural policy analysis. Welcome, please.
Thank you so much. All right, until the PowerPoint is loaded, let me give you a brief background about the institution I belong to. I'm from Academia 2063, and Academia 2063 is a Pan-African organization, and what it provides, it is a non-profit research organization, by the way, and what it provides is data, evidence, and policy analysis to support economies across the continent. And one of the One of the flagship program being implemented by Academia 2063 is called the Regional Strategic Analysis and Knowledge Support Systems, RESACS, and RESACS provides at continental, regional, and country level to support countries in their CADAP implementation, which I will talk about later. So I encourage you to go to Academia website and learn more about the various activities it's engaged on. Can someone help me? All right, okay. So the outline, my presentation, first I will talk about Agenda 2063 and then move on to CADAP with more emphasis on the Kampala Declaration, the current phase, and then I will talk about the African Continental Free Trade Area briefly and also talk about regional platforms that are important or a good avenue to talk about or to take the message of renewable energy and regenerative agriculture. All right, so Agenda 2063, this was launched in 2013 for the next 50 years. That's why it has the name 2063. It's Africa's long-term continent-wide strategic framework, which provides a shared long-term vision for the transformation of Africa into a prosperous, integrated, peaceful, and sustainable commitment. I will talk about the aspirations and other issues in the next slide, but when we talk about the implementation mechanism, it is in different stages. At the higher level, continental and regional institutions coordinate the high-level implementation of the Agenda 2063, but nations or countries also are required to integrate Agenda 2063 into their long-term development plan. And public-private partnership is also one of the implementation mechanisms, particularly when it comes to financing and scaling. The coordination is through AU structure, AU institutions, and specialized continental institutions coordinate at the higher level, including AUDA and EPAT. And there is also what's called Agenda 2063 dashboard, which breaks down the Agenda 2063 goals into every tenure, or the first tenure, the second tenure, and so on, implementation plan, and it tracks the progress using this Agenda 2063 dashboard. And the financing is through a combination of domestic resource mobilization, African financial institutions, such as the African Development Bank, international partners, private investment, and innovative instruments. All right. Okay. Agenda 2063 has 7 aspirations, which, as I've said earlier, it focuses on a united, prosperous continent and a peaceful, people-led society. Among these 7 aspirations, renewable energy and regenerative agriculture are explicitly linked to aspiration 1 of Agenda 2063. The first aspiration, it talks about a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth, and sustainable development. And this is the aspiration that is very much linked with renewable energy and regenerative agriculture. There are goals and priority areas related to renewable energy and regenerative agriculture that are available under Aspiration 1. Particularly, Goal 5 and Goal 7 are directly linked to the renewable energy and regenerative agriculture. Actually, among the various priority areas, renewable energy is explicitly stated, whereas regenerative agriculture is the mechanism for addressing or achieving the other priority areas like sustainable natural resource management and biodiversity conservation, sustainable consumption and production patterns, water security, and so on. So the idea is, under Aspiration 1, there are goals and priority areas that are related or directly linked to renewable energy and regenerative agriculture. There are also key priority areas under Agenda 2063 that are very much relevant to or related to renewable energy. These key priority areas mentioned in Agenda 2063 includes expanding renewable energy as part of Africa's energy transition. The other key priority is ensuring access to clean and affordable energy. The other key priority under Agenda 2063 is developing regional and continental energy infrastructure, as well as promoting clean energy technologies. So there are key priority areas in Agenda 2063 that are related to renewable energy. When it comes to commitments and targets that are relevant to renewable energy, we learned that there are commitments such as universal access to modern, affordable, and reliable energy services that are explicitly mentioned in Agenda 2063. Large-scale deployment of renewable energy, as well as increased share of renewables in the national energy mix and regional powers. So there are commitments mentioned in Agenda 2063 that are explicitly relevant to renewable energy. And there are targets like the first 10-year in the first 10-year implementation plan and in the second 10-year implementation plan. There are targets mentioned in Agenda 2063 that are relevant to renewable energy. For example, one of the targets is increase renewable energy from wind, solar, hydro, biomass, and geothermals to at least 10% of total energy production by 2023. So this is one of the the targets in the first 10-year implementation plan that is relevant to renewable agriculture. Maybe later on in the panel or group discussion, colleagues may tell us where is the status of Uganda from this target point of view. The other one is energy smart buildings, and the target is at least 10% of urban buildings certified as energy smart by 2023. The other one is clean urban transport, and the target is at least 15% of urban mass transport using renewable low emission fuel by 2023. Another target that is for the current 10-year, which is the second 10-year implementation plan, is 80% of households access to electricity by 2033. Where is the status of Uganda? We may talk about. For example, if I tell you my country in Ethiopia, in 2026, the access is at 60%. So in order to meet Agenda 2063's 80%, it means in the coming 6 or 7 years, Ethiopia has to cover the remaining half of those that are not yet reached with electricity access. Similarly, there are commitments and targets that are relevant to regenerative agriculture in Agenda 2063. Some of the key priorities include modernize agriculture and increase productivity, where regenerative agriculture can be a mechanism, sustainable natural resource management, sustainable consumption and production. So these are the commitments that are relevant to regenerative agriculture, some of the commitments. And I would like to mention here the targets that are available in the first 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063. It says at least 30% of agricultural land are under sustainable land management by 2023. The other one is 30% of farmers, fisherfolk, and pastoralists practicing climate resilient production system by 2023. Another target, preserve at least 17% of terrestrial and inland water areas by 2023. So the whole argument or discussion here is in Agenda 2063, there are commitments and targets that are relevant to regenerative agriculture and renewable energy agenda. Now, let me talk about the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, or CAADP. We know that CAADP is an African-owned and an African-managed framework for transforming Africa's agriculture and Africa's agri-food system. It is developed and implemented under the leadership of Africa Union institutions and member states. And the framework, we'll talk about later in detail, and the framework provides the opportunity for member states to define their priorities, policies, investment plans, accountability frameworks, and so on. And CAADP has evolved through 3 distinct phases since its establishment in 2003. The first phase, phase 1, is called the Maputo CAADP Declaration on Agriculture and Food Security, which took place from 2003 to 2014. And it focused on, the basic commitments are allocation of 10% of national budget to agriculture, so that to achieve 6% of agriculture sector growth. So countries allocate 10% of national budgets to agriculture and rural development, and this builds agricultural transformation by supporting the 4 pillars identified in the Maputo CAADP Declaration. And this is expected to improve agricultural performance, which leads to a 6% growth, so that it addresses food security, poverty, and other outcomes. So this was the Maputo CAADP focus, or what the Maputo CAADP Declaration covers. The second one, or the phase 2, is the Malabo CAADP Declaration on accelerated agricultural growth and transformation for shared prosperity and improved livelihoods. It took place from 2015 to 2025. It has a comprehensive cover compared to the Maputo CAADP era, where it came up with 7 commitment areas with emphasis on actions and results. There are 7 commitment areas that focuses on recommitting to the principles of CAADP, enhancing investment finance in agriculture, ending hunger by 2025, reducing poverty by half by 2025, boosting intra-Africa trade in agriculture, commodities and services, enhancing resilience to climate variability, as well as enhancing mutual accountability for actions and results. So these are the 7 commitment areas, and Malabo, the Malabo Declaration, yes, it focuses on actions and results. And as part of its 7th commitment, which is on enhancing mutual accountability for actions and results, it is during this Malabo CAADP period where the CAADP biennial reporting was introduced. As part of this mutual accountability, every country, every 2 years is required to report the progress that they have made in the implementation of the Malabo CAADP. Initially, Malabo CAADP had 43 indicators, which later grew to 59, and every 2 years countries were required to report on the progress that they have made on those indicators. And a total of 5 biennial reviews were published. The last one, the 5th biennial review report, was released in early 2026. Now, the current Malabo declaration is called the Kampala CAADP Declaration. It takes the name because the declaration was adopted here in Kampala and launched here in Kampala. And it is on building resilient and sustainable agri-food system in Africa for the period of 2026 to 2035. One of the big changes we observed here is it focuses, or it emphasizes on agri-food system, not just agriculture. And Kampala CAADP has 6 strategic objectives, 22 impact targets, and 48 intervention areas. The strategic objectives are sustainable food production, agro-industrialization and trade, intensifying sustainable food production, agro-production and trade. The second strategic objective is to boost investment and financing for accelerated agri-food systems transformation. The third one, ensure food and nutrition security. The fourth one, advance inclusivity and equitable livelihoods. The fifth one, build resilient agri-food system. And the sixth one is strengthen agri-food system governance. So within these 6 strategic objectives, there are 22 targets, impact level targets, and 48 intervention areas. And these are high level at the AUC level or at Africa Union level. This has to be, the document has to be domesticated, implemented at country level. And to do that, to bring the high level priorities into country level focus, there are 4 steps that countries need to undergo in order to domesticate and implement the Kampala CAADP. The first one is to establish the political mandate, leadership, and coordination structures needed to drive the Kampala CAADP implementation. Once this is established, the second phase, the second stage is to provide the evidence base that guides policy choices and investment priorities. Here, we talk about diagnostics and analysis. There are 3 diagnostics and analysis that need to be made so that it provides the evidence base. These are, first, the status assessment and profile report, where it provides the baseline for the 22 impact indicator. What is the status of a country in 2025? So that will be the baseline from which we compare the performance of the country for the coming 10 years. Once that baseline is formulated, then the second one is Kampala Goals and Milestones Report. Here, the diagnostic or the analysis provides the intermediate targets that are needed in order to achieve the CAADP declaration or the CAADP targets in 2035. For example, if you take post-harvest loss, the target is to reduce post-harvest loss by half by 2035. Suppose for a country, post-harvest loss in 2025 is 40%. It means by 2035 it has to be 20%. But in order to reach 20%, what has to be the intermediate target in 2029, in 2032, and so on, so that these intermediate targets, the alternative intermediate targets, will be established. In addition to that, the third diagnostics is policy and program opportunities. When the program is implemented at the country level, what should be the policies and programs that should be in place so that the CAADP agenda and the targets will be implemented? So once these diagnostics or these reports are prepared, the third stage is to convert these strategic priorities, the high-level ones that we mentioned earlier, into structured, costed, and financeable investment programs, what we call National Agri-Food System Investment Plans. And once the country implemented the National Agri-Food System Investment Plan, the next step is, the fourth one, to track the progress, assess performance, and strengthen accountability among governments and partners. Here comes the joint sector review, where different parties sit together and review every year or every 2 years the progress, identify the challenges, address the challenges, so that the comprehensive Africa, the CAADP agenda, the Kampala CAADP agenda is implemented during its implementation period. So just like the Malabo period, every 2 years, countries will be required to report on the 22 impact indicators, the progress that they have made. This is one of the accountability framework, and based on the challenges and the gaps identified, technical partners will provide advice on how to address those gaps and challenges, and corrective measures through learning will be implemented, so that at the end of the day, countries will be able to achieve the CAADP declaration, or Kampala CAADP declaration. Now, when we talk about the Kampala CAADP strategic objective, its relevance to renewable energy and regenerative agriculture, we learn that for all Kampala CAADP strategic objectives, regenerative agriculture and renewable energy are very much relevant. And for some of the strategic objectives, the regenerative agriculture and renewable energy is identified as an intervention, explicitly identified as an intervention. For example, if I mention a couple of them, for strategic objective 1, intensifying sustainable food production, agro-industrialization, and trade. It's relevant to regenerative agriculture because sustainable production, soil health, resource conservation, and sustainable agricultural practices provide the foundation for regenerative agriculture. Moreover, renewable energy supports irrigation, processing, storage, mechanization, and agro-industrialization. In the opening remark, if I take the note correctly, it was said irrigation coverage is 1% or something small as that one. So it means renewable energy can provide or can be an opportunity to address such challenges through smart solar based irrigations at the household or at community level. And as I have said earlier, in strategic objective 5, building resilient agri-food system, regenerative agriculture is explicitly identified as an intervention. The same holds true for renewable energy. But for the other strategic objectives, renewable energy and regenerative agriculture can be a mechanism to address or to contribute to those strategic objectives. And in Kampala CAADP, there are targets, commitments, and activities that are relevant to renewable energy. In the interest of time, I will not mention all of them, but if I mention one of the activity, which is in the Kampala CAADP, it is explicitly mentioned to expand the use of renewable energy in agriculture. So this activity focuses on renewable energy, and we know that renewable energy is one of the explicit activities under strategic objective 5, as I mentioned earlier. This may include smart irrigation using renewable energy. The same holds for regenerative agriculture. There are a number of targets, commitments, and activities that are relevant to regenerative agriculture. For example, 45% increase in agri-food output by 2035 is one of the targets mentioned in the Kampala CAADP. Here, regenerative practice can support sustainable productivity gains. The same holds to 50% reduction in post-harvest loss and other targets. And again, there is an activity which talks about explicitly regenerative agriculture. Development and scaling of regenerative agriculture is mentioned in the Kampala CAADP as an activity. So this is under strategic objective 5, and so the whole idea here is there are targets, commitments, and activities that are relevant to renewable energy and regenerative agriculture. So the point here is to say that Kampala CAADP provides a strong policy foundation for regenerative agriculture and renewable energy agenda. Even when we see the topic it covers, Kampala CAADP established a commitment to resilient, inclusive, and sustainable agri-food system. And we have also seen that renewable energy and regenerative agriculture are explicitly recognized in the Kampala document. As we have seen in the previous slides, in all the 6 strategic objectives, they are relevant to regenerative agriculture and renewable energy agendas. And we have also seen that it sets transformation targets. The Kampala CAADP provides targets that are relevant to regenerative agriculture and renewable energy agenda. Moreover, as we have seen in the previous slide, the declaration requires countries to integrate its commitment into national policies, strategies, and budget frameworks through the National Agri-Food System Investment Plan. So it means this is a concrete policy entry point for translating renewable agriculture and regenerative renewable energy and regenerative agriculture from a continental concept into national programs, investments, budgets, indicators, and implementation arrangements. I hope we'll talk about more during the panel and the group discussion on these issues. Very briefly, let me talk about the African Continental Free Trade Area, because it has a lot of relevance from renewable energy perspective. This African Continental Free Trade Area is Agenda 2063's flagship initiative. It was taken into effect in 2019, and implementation started based on the framework in 2021. And it's important to note that this is an economic and trade enabling instrument that can help achieve broader continental renewable energy ambitions. Now, the African Free Continental Trade Area has a commitment to progressively liberalize 90% of goods and the tariffs of 90% of goods and services. So this will have an immense contribution for renewable energy, because tariff liberalization creates an important opportunity, such as it reduces cost and expand markets for renewable energy equipments and technologies. It also enables the emergence of functional cross-border renewable market across the continent. So when African Continental Free Trade Area continues to be implemented and 90% of goods and services that their tariff is eliminated, then it will have significant renewable energy contribution. At last, let me talk about very briefly the potential platforms for regional and continental engagements to advance renewable energy and regenerative agriculture agendas. One is the CADAP Partnership Platform, which serves as the interactive multi-stakeholder component of CADAP. In fact, the next meeting will be in Harare, Zimbabwe in mid-September, in September 17, if I'm not wrong. The key objectives of the CADAP Partnership Platform is knowledge exchange, policy dialogue, financing, and reviewing milestones. So this platform is one of the most important platforms to advance the agenda of regenerative agriculture and renewable energy. The other one, African Food System Forum. This is a high-level forum for African agriculture and food system transformation. And it has 3 pillars. The first one is the annual summit. In fact, the next one will be in Kigali from August 31st to September 4, 2026. But it will not be limited only on this 1-week meeting and discussion. Rather, it has a technical assistance or a knowledge hub where throughout the year it provides technical support to countries to identify their progress and the challenges, so that it provides support to correct those challenges. And also the financing platform is one of the component or pillars of African food system. In addition, the 32nd session of the Conference of Parties, or COP32, which will be in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia in November 2027, is one of the potential platform. Moreover, Global Off-Grid Solar Forum and Expo in 2026, that will be held in Kigali in October 2026, is another platform that will be very much relevant to advance regenerative agriculture and renewable agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tefera, for that presentation that has given us quite an extensive look at the CADAP from Maputo to Malabo to Kampala, and what we need to do, as well as putting the African Continental Free Trade Area into perspective. I know that our energies are dropping a bit low, and I promised that we could have some tea, some coffee, and then we have just one very brief presentation, not now, it will be after the tea, and that is from Mr. Stephen Kayongo, who is the Senior Statistician, CADAP Desk Officer. but we'll be having that status on CADIP implementation in Uganda so far. Where are we? What are we doing? What more do we need to do? That will be coming in shortly from now. But allow that we get energized a little bit. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to take about maybe 10 minutes or less than that to have our break. So what we do is let's just go to the breakfast area, pick your cup of tea, coffee, and just come back and have your tea right in here, because we want to mix it up and have a working break so that we can patch up with the time that we lost earlier before we did get to start. So I am going to request that we will all stand and stretch out a little bit. We've been seated for a few hours, but also as we stretch, feel free to walk to the breakfast area, pick something, a bite, a cup of tea, a coffee, and then let's come back in. Please, let's not have it from outside. When you do, if you feel like having your tea standing, we have some tables, some cocktail tables at the back. You could have your tea there standing. If you feel like sitting, please come back. So let's do this in the next about 10 minutes from now, and let's all be back. Thank you so much. I request the technical team to just give us some very soft music as we take this stretch and break time.
There is a story of resilience unfolding, one where sunlight, water, and regenerative practices work together to transform a farmer's livelihood. This is the journey of Mr. Kabugube Fred, a farmer in... There is a story of resilience unfolding, one where sunlight, water, and regenerative practices work together to transform a farmer's livelihood. This is the journey of Mr. Kabugube Fred, a farmer in Mityana district supported by Kulika, a member organization of Pelham Uganda and a partner under the Power for Food Partnership Program in Uganda.
Natandika nga nima etali munjulemu kulika Uganda n'ensanga nga nima ya bulijjo nga abalima naye ng'okuba kwange sifunamu kulika Uganda n'entwala n'ensomesa yamala okunsomesa n'enkomawo n'enkyusa ennima gye nali nnima amazzi gano ga sola ogera ku makya n'oteekako paamu n'ekuba amazzi ne gajja ku maanyi g'enjuba amazzi tanka n'enjula then n'okola ki n'okola irrigation.
Kabugube Fred, a farmer who once depended entirely on unpredictable rains, today he farms confidently year-round, powered by solar irrigation and regenerative agriculture.
Omuti guno luli nakujjangako olusikire nga sinamu era nga sinasoma naye kati omuti guno osobola okujjako kilo 5 kubanga nasomesebwa ebigimu 5 ekisokera ddala biri chief byabwere bikola bukozi mumuntu siteeka busimu ekyokubiri nenyongerako omutindo gwa solar pump n'amazzi nago gali chief kakati mu kifo kyokufuna kilo emu omuti gufunako kilomeka.
With support from Kulika Uganda, Fred adopted regenerative practices, including the use of organic manure, biopesticides, and soil and water conservation, which created a strong foundation for the later pure intervention.
Participatory ecological land use management Uganda is a coalition of civil society organizations and a few individuals who are striving to improve the lives of smallholder farmers using agroecological means. We do help the farmer from the production, post-harvest handling, marketing, up to consumption. The small-scale farmers we are dealing with could not adequately access the energy that was on the market. So renewable energy comes in as an effective way of accessing energy for productive resources. Times have changed and the clock cannot turn back. You cannot produce using rudimentary methods, but using energy you can do much more than you were doing without energy. So the small smallholder farmers should embrace fully renewable energy and use it to produce, use it to store, use it to refrigerate, use it to improve their access to market, their income, their nutrition, and that benefit their life.
Together, we can scale this change across Uganda, building resilient farms and resilient futures. In Luweero, women farmers are rewriting the future of agribusiness, building thriving organic enterprises powered by renewable energy, strategic leadership, and a bold vision to compete across regional and global markets.
Uganda is the voice and leader of the organic industry in Uganda. We've been in existence since 2001. We've just celebrated our 25th anniversary, and we are a proud partner of the Powerful Food Program, which is a program that is focusing on the nexus between renewable energy and regenerative agriculture, and our point of entry is organic agriculture. We also work very well with SMEs such as Sulma Foods. Sulma Foods is our member. We've been with Sulma Foods for the last 20 years, and we've supported Sulma Foods in different ways, from training the farmers that are supplying Sulma to supporting them with technology acquisition for the solar drying facility, but also access to market.
Salman is a farmer and entrepreneur whose business processes fruits, herbs, and spices using solar-powered drying technology.
At Sulma, we believe in enhancing and protecting the environment. So we are so keen into agriculture in terms of organic farming. We have a plant that is a solar hybrid plant that does drying of fruits and vegetables. So we use solar majorly because, first of all, it's a conservation of energy, and then it's clean energy, it's cheap energy, yeah. At the same time, it is friendly to the environment.
By combining organic agricultural practices with renewable energy technology, the business has transitioned, improving product consistency, lowering production costs, and meeting regional and international market standards.
One of the major challenges that we are facing currently in terms of scaling, I'll look at it in terms of our capacity. At the moment, we are producing like a ton per month of dried fruits, that is dried pineapple, banana, and jackfruit. But we would love to do more than that because the market out there is huge, especially the organic market. So we are having challenges in that because the kind of technology we are using is a bit old-fashioned. Of course, they are now better in terms of the machinery. So we'd love to have a machinery that will give us a huge or better capacity to grow. Of course, what does this translate? If we are able to produce more, then the farmers also will enjoy a lot more because we work with farmer groups. We buy from them, we certify them in terms of organic certification. So when we scale up, at the same time, the community will benefit.
With the integration of raw, pure approaches, increasing production efficiency and quality, the business is more competitive to serve regional and export markets while providing employment opportunities, especially for women.
Lugami is like family to us. We have had a relationship with them long. I'm talking of over 20 years. Yeah, we've really been a very strong member, and they've been really good partners. We've worked with them strongly in very various activities, training, exposures. Yeah, so we've benefited from them in terms of market networks. Yeah, as far as going for bioparks and all that. We've benefited in terms of, we started the organic market at Sambia. We have an organic market there on Saturday at Caritas, hosted by Caritas. So we've had a tremendous relationship with Lugano.
Scaling women-led agribusinesses requires better access to finance, business services, and affordable raw pure solutions. With Power for Food and its partners, we aim to build a sector where more businesses like this can grow, export, and compete successfully. In the heart of Mpigi district, a powerful agricultural innovation and practice is taking shape. At the Nature and Creativity for the Future Generation Farm, renewable energy and regenerative agriculture are driving real productivity gains for farmers. This innovation is supported by AXA, one of the partners for the Power for Food Partnership Program in Uganda.
Our organization started in 2018, and our vision was to promote sustainable use of natural resources in order to protect the environment and promote income-generating activities. So the mission is to help the farmers in promoting sustainable agriculture. So that's what we do. And we have a number of groups of farmers. We have around right now 150 different groups, including youth groups.
This farm, using off-grid solutions and regenerative agricultural practices, has become a learning hub for farmers seeking more productive, resilient and affordable ways to grow food and rebuild soil health.
This farm shows a number of diversified enterprises. As AXA, we support our members, first of all, in advocacy and empowerment, to be able to lobby for a number of services. But above all, members are supported through exchanges and exposure learning visits of different enterprises, both regenerative, and now we have incorporated the component of renewable energy. And part of these practices, they are learned across the membership through peer-to-peer learning.
With support from AXA, the farm now serves as a living classroom, a place where knowledge flows, farmers learn, and the raw pure movement grows.
That people are dying of different illnesses, but some of them are caused because of what we eat. So you find that many people use a lot of chemicals in their gardens, which was not there before. So you find that this type of regenerative agriculture promotes use of available resources. You don't need to spend a lot of money to buy chemicals and put in your garden. But if you use the natural methods like fertilizer, organic fertilizer, you can retain your soil and produce good food for you and for others. And also, if you practice this organic agriculture, you can also keep the environment.
Through the initiative of Power for Food, where AXA is a partner, this is one of the member of the organization where we are implementing this initiative. And as AXA, we are trying to connect communities to renewable solutions that address food security, income generation, regenerative agriculture, and resilience.
We have got a variety of enterprises here at this farm. We have zero grazing cows, we have pigs, we have apiary there, we keep bees. We have, and bees, we keep them mainly to pollinate our crops, but also we can harvest honey and get some income. We have also crops. We have coffee, we have bananas, we have different vegetables, and we add value to the crops we grow.
This is the future of farming, renewable, regenerative, resilient. Be part of this growing movement of farmer organizations, regenerating soils and powering production with productive use of renewable energy. In Luweero, women farmers are rewriting the future of agribusiness, building thriving organic enterprises powered by renewable energy, strategic leadership, and a bold vision to compete across regional and global markets.
Ogam is the voice and leader of the organic industry in Uganda. We've been in existence since 2001, so we've just celebrated our 25th anniversary, and we are a proud partner of the Power for Food program, which is a program that is focusing on the nexus between renewable energy and regenerative agriculture, and our point of entry is organic agriculture. We also work very well with SMEs such as Sulma Foods. Sulma Foods is our member. We've been with Sulma Foods for the last 20 years, and we've supported Sulma Foods in different ways, from training the farmers that are supplying Sulma to supporting them with technology acquisition for the solar drying facility, but also access to market.
Salman is a farmer and entrepreneur whose business processes fruits, herbs, and spices using solar-powered drying technology.
At Sulma, we believe in enhancing and protecting the environment. So we are so keen into in agriculture in terms of organic farming. We have a plant that is solar, a solar hybrid plant that does drying of fruits and vegetables. So we use solar majorly because, first of all, it's a conservation of energy, and then it's clean energy, and it's cheap energy. Yeah. At the same time, it is friendly to the environment.
By combining organic agricultural practices with renewable energy technology, the business has transitioned, improving product consistency, lowering production costs, and meeting regional and international market standards.
One of the major challenges that we are facing currently in terms of scaling, I'll look at it in terms of our capacity. At the moment, we are producing like a ton per month of dried fruits, that is dried pineapple, banana, and jackfruit. But we would love to do more than that because the market out there is huge, especially the organic market. So we are having challenges in that because the kind of technology we are using is a bit old-fashioned. Of course, they are now better in terms of the machinery. So we'd love to have a machinery that will give us a huge or better capacity to grow. Of course, what does this translate? If you're able to produce more, then the farmers also will enjoy a lot more because we work with farmer groups. We buy from them, we certify them in terms of organic certification. So when we scale up, at the same time, the community will benefit.
With the integration of raw, pure approaches, increasing production efficiency and quality, the business is more competitive to serve regional and export markets while providing employment opportunities, especially for women.
Lugami is like family to us. We have had a relationship with them long. I'm talking of over 20 years. Yeah, we've really been a very strong member, and they've been really good partners. We've worked with them strongly in very various activities, training, exposures. Yeah, so we've benefited from them in terms of market networks. Yeah, as far as going for bioparks and all that. We've benefited in terms of, we started the organic market at Zambia. We have an organic market there on Saturday at Caritas, hosted by Caritas. So we've had a tremendous relationship with Nogamu.
Scaling women-led agribusinesses requires better access to finance, business services, and affordable, raw, pure solutions. With Power for Food and its partners, we aim to build a sector where more businesses like this can grow, export, and compete successfully. There is a story of resilience unfolding, one where sunlight, water, and regenerative practices work together to transform a farmer's livelihood. This is the journey of Mr. Kagugube Fred, a farmer in Mityana district supported by Kulika, a member organization of Pelham Uganda and a partner under the Power for Food Partnership Program in Uganda.
Hello. Hello. We are about to say good afternoon at this rate because we have just a few more minutes. I am going to kindly request, yes, I know we are still having our breakfast or break tea or brunch, depends on what you're looking at it as, but I'm going to request that we could now have our breakfast seated, because I know when we are around that cocktail table, there's a lot of conversation that goes on. And yet we are going back to just one particular speech, short of a speech, short of a presentation, and thereafter we'll go for our first panel. Now, because we've lost out quite a bit of time, we're going to reduce our panel times. We're going to try and break it down a little bit, but be more action-oriented, straight to the point, solution-driven, as we clearly did say earlier on. So I'm saying this as I kindly request you to get back to your seat so that we get prepared to have our next conversation. But I'd like to say a special thank you to all our partners. I'd like to say a special thank you to, of course, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, together with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and of course together with SNV, which is taking on the Power for Food program, and ICARE, which is helping on with ensuring that the funds are available. The Power for Food Partnership also works together with various other stakeholders to ensure sustainable agriculture. They have experience in that, renewable energy, farmer organization, talking about markets, research, policy, engagement, and also private sector development. So in a special way, allow me to thank the Advocacy Coalition for Sustainable Agriculture, AXA, and this one particularly brings civil society experience in sustainable agriculture, agroecology, policy engagement, and farmer advocacy. Do we have anyone from AXA here? Wherever you're seated, you could just wave to us. Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for work that you are doing to turn around agri-food systems. I also want to say a special thank you to Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, that many refer to as CIRIC, which contributes research and practical evidence on renewable energy technologies and their productive use. CIRIC or CIRIC, wherever you are, thank you. Thank you so much for the work. We also have the National Agriculture Research Organization, which provides agricultural research, technical evidence, and of course, learning on farming systems and value chains. That is NARO, our NARO team. Thank you so much. We know you've brought about a number of lines of different plants that need to be dealt with. We also have NOGAMU, which deals with experiences in organic agriculture. That is very, very high in demand, organic foods. From NOGAMU, the team, thank you. Thank you so much for coming through and for the support. From PELAM Uganda, that is Participatory Ecological Land Use Management in Uganda, which brings experience. This is an agroecology, farmer empowerment, and policy engagement. At the grassroots in Uganda, we say Omuntu wa wansi. PELAM Team PELAM, they're outside. Thank you so much. And of course, last but in no means the least, we have several other participants and partners as well. That is the Uganda Solar Energy Association, USEA, that represents the solar energy industry. We're talking about renewable energy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know that most of you are seated. I'll request those who are still standing to sit as well. And allow me now invite Mr. Stephen Kayongo, who is a senior statistician, the CADIP desk officer, to speak about the update of what it looks like for Uganda on the implementation of whatever we agreed in that meeting here in Uganda. Let's give a round of applause to Stephen. Yeah, at least we had some coffee, eh? Don't ask me whether it was Ugandan coffee. That's another conversation altogether, but it was coffee, eh? Okay, welcome, Stephen.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Once again, my name is Stephen Kayongo. I'm a senior statistician and a member of the CADAP desk. So my role here is simple, based on the fact that the previous speaker highlighted a number of key issues pertaining to the CADAP, the continental level CADAP. By way of introduction still, maybe let me re-echo. CADAP is an African Union's policy framework aimed at improving food and nutrition security and incomes in Africa agri-food systems. CADAP is one of African Union's flagship programs towards realization of the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And to highlight to re-echo what he's saying, we began from Maputo, 2003, to now the Kampala Declaration. I'm going to skip this. Uganda signed its CADAP Compact in 2010, where government and its partners committed to ensuring that the country works to achieve the CADAP targets through the national agriculture investment programs. And Uganda in particular, because then it was agriculture, we were implementing CADAP through the Development Strategy Investment Plan, the Agriculture Sector Strategic Plan, and now the Agro-Industrialization Program Implementation Action Plan. Remember, CADAP are 10-year strategies and action plans. Maybe a snapshot of how we've been performing over the years. In the first inaugural biannual review reporting, Uganda was on track. Then for the preceding years, we were progressing well, but then not on track as seen in the graph. And you can see for the commitments, because for the Malabo we had 7 commitments, and you can see for the CADAP processes where we were aligning our strategies to the CADAP, we were progressing well. But then when it comes to investment finance, because this is mainly the 10%, we have been stagnating at 2, 3, 4%. So we've not yet made any progress towards the 10%. Then when it comes to ending hunger, I still find it challenging to the fact that Uganda is the pearl of Africa. The assumption is that we shouldn't be crying about hunger, but here we come. Whereas we are progressing well, we are still not on track, and the performance is still not good. The fourth, which is on poverty, we were progressing well. Intra-African trade, again, this is another challenge that Uganda as a country is not performing very well when it comes to dealing with its neighbors. For climate resilience, we're on track, and here we've been performing well over the last 20 decades. Then mutual accountability, this involves the joint agriculture sector reviews. This, whereas we are not on track, but at least there is something. This I'm going to skip. So what are those areas where we've been performing well? Like I said, for the CADAP process completion index, this is alignment of our policies and investment plans to the CADAP. This is something we've been performing well. Then when it comes to inclusive institutionalized mechanisms for mutual accountability, again, this is an area of strength to Uganda. Agriculture statistics, remember we have the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. We have statisticians based at our district local governments. And again, we have extension workers and parish chiefs who support us in collection of information. Then we have another area where I've been performing well is on sustainable land management. So the areas where we need more attention, our contribution, how much money we allocate to research is still a challenge. Then the allocation to agriculture, now this is the famous 10% that's supposed to be contributed towards realization of the targets of the CADAP. You can still see that when it comes to poverty, again, our performance is not good. And the indicators on malnutrition, underweight, and stunting, our performance is still bad, despite the fact that Uganda is the pearl of Africa. So already the previous speaker highlighted this, but you all know and all aware that we adopted the Kampala CADAP declaration in January 2025. And so we are called upon as countries to domesticate and implement the Kampala declaration. And this is a process that's supposed to have begun in January 2026. But where are we as a country? This has already been highlighted. I won't go through it. So as the country, one of the things we've done, we were fortunate that during formulation of the Kampala declaration, we're in the process of reviewing our previous MAAIF. And now that we have the Kampala declaration, we formulated our MAAIF basing on the investments in the Kampala declaration. And so in terms of alignment of our investment plan to the Kampala declaration, at least we have moved. What I think is lacking is the results framework, because that is something that the African Union has just completed. And already some indicators have been incorporated into our National Integrated Food and Agriculture Management Information System. These are some indicators because we are still waiting for the final results framework so that we can also finalize incorporating the indicators into our management information system. As a country, we are required, after we've aligned, to then submit to the African Union so that they can review and then either give further guidance or declare our NASIP compliant, CADAP compliant. Thirdly, one of the things that, because this is more of a given, the fact that Uganda took on the programmatic approach to planning, which is more of a multi-sectoral, the transition from agriculture to agri-food systems is really not a challenge for a country like Uganda, where we already adopted the multi-sectoral approach to planning. So that is something we've already done. Of course, this one I've mentioned. The next step is aligning a Kampala Declaration Results Framework, which is a NASIP, and submitting it to the African Union for review and further guidance. So in terms of still operationalization, because they talked about the national priorities and processes that align to the RA Pure. So we are implementing the CADAP Kampala through the Agro-Industrialization Program Implementation Action Plan, which is guided by 6 major objectives. And these are still aligned to the 6 or 7? The 7 strategies under the Kampala Action Plan. And one of them is sustainably increase production and productivity in agriculture, improve post-harvest handling and storage, develop, operationalize and optimize agro-processing and value addition infrastructure, increase access to agricultural finance and insurance, increase market access and competitiveness of agricultural products in domestic, regional, and international markets. Then the sixth is strengthening coordination. Next. And so these are some of the interventions that I picked, and most of them are aligned to the objectives. So I try to highlight some, but of course, I know with regenerative, what's it called? Renewable energy. We can go along in mainstreaming most of the interventions under there to the actions under each of the objectives. And one of the actions is support uptake of research findings and genetics to improve production and productivity. Increase access to and use of water for agricultural production, because this is where I saw we need a lot of regenerative and renewable energy, because I was looking at the solar powered irrigation infrastructure. I know the number of technologies that can be developed there and that can really support our farmers under this broad intervention on increasing access to and use of water for agricultural production. Then we have an intervention on increasing access to appropriate agricultural mechanization and farm power, increasing access and uptake of fertilizers. I know I don't see the gentleman from Ministry of Energy, but I know there is a project that they were undertaking on ammonium fertilizers. I'm not sure whether I'm saying it rightly, but it was something in that line. So this is something that can really support our farmers access more of fertilizers, given the prices, because when we import, the prices are usually high, and so our farmers can't easily access fertilizers. The other action is on produce, multiply, and increase access to quality seeds and inputs. Then we have affirmative actions for fisheries and agriculture development. Then strengthening pest vector, disease management and control, and then the eighth, which is on strengthening agricultural extension. Of course, with all this regenerative and renewable energy, one of the things that we need is a robust extension system. So if our extension workers are not aware, or they do not have the knowledge to disseminate all this, then we shall always be in the book of lamentations and not move to actions. Again, issues where we can invest is on establishing and operationalizing appropriate harvest, post-harvest standing and storage facilities, and then investing in affordable, appropriate harvest, post-harvest standing and storage technologies, which I believe this forum is the right forum to talk about such an area. The issues of marketing, establishing and maintaining appropriate market infrastructure, because we have over 50-60, between 40 and 60% of our horticultural products are usually lost in the markets. So if we have technologies or infrastructure under this renewable energy infrastructure, then we can mitigate some of these challenges. Again, one of the biggest challenges that as our farmers face is accessing agricultural finance. And so, what am I saying in terms of how can government best engage private sector during planning, budgeting, and implementation of the Kampala Declaration in attaining, first of all, the CADAP targets and also seeing change or the transformation we desire in our communities. How can countries like Uganda that are predominantly peasant in nature increase usage of fertilizers? Because these are the challenges that are really hurting our farmers, or our farmers are facing. When I was coming up with this presentation, something struck my mind. I was wondering, we are the pearl of Africa, but then how come we still have high levels of malnutrition? Because we've seen that the previous performances or the previous figures in the Malabo, we've not been on track. We are trying to progress well, but then we are not on track. So how can we leverage on what we have to achieve some of these targets? Then again, like I've said in the previous reportings, we've been allocating between 2 and 4% to agriculture. Now that it's even bigger, we are talking about agri-food systems. Agri-food systems talks about 15%. Still, agriculture is still a constant. They still talk about 10%. So how can we mobilize resources to support implementation of the CAADP and as well realization of the targets in the Kampala CAADP? You can imagine that only about 3% of irrigable land is irrigated. So how can we harness the dividends from renewable energy to increase this percentage from maybe 3 to 20%? With the RI Pure Nexus can, I think, add value by strengthening the implementation of the priorities that I've mentioned, particularly where renewable energy, climate resilience, private investment, markets, and agricultural value addition intersect. I thank you for listening.
Let's give Steve a bigger round of applause, because he's now made us realize where we are and where we need to be and what we need to do. But it's still appalling to know that only 31.5% of the agricultural land under use is being used sustainably. You know what that means? Sustainable land use, only 31.5%. And also, only 64.7% of households are resilient to climate and weather shocks. Because currently, I think the Country Climate Development Report from the World Bank puts Uganda as the 163rd most prepared. Now you know what that means. We are 163rd, and yet we are among the countries that are very prone to climate shocks. So there is a lot more that needs to be done for us to get to where we want to be. We are the pearl of Africa, yes. We have very beautiful climate, yes. We are an agro-based economy, true. But how best can we? I loved the video that I was looking at of the gentleman, Mr. Kagugube, who is doing regenerative agriculture, who said, first, before he was introduced to that kind of system, he was only getting 1 kilogram of coffee from a plant. And that's the story of many other farmers. I know we are the largest exporters of coffee in Africa. Coffee gets us, it's the second best export earner for Uganda, but we are still doing it at the lowest compared to the other countries whose climate is worse than ours in terms of, you know, its adaptability and the crops in there. But also, our land is much better. So I think we need to be looking at the best way to do things. I'd like us now to go into our next panel, which I'm going to cut by almost half the time that we had planned. So we'll be precise, straight to the point, as brief, but engaging as possible. And this panel is going to now turn to looking at policy coordination and implementation, and it will basically be identifying some priorities that are possible to lead institutions and practical follow-ups that we need. This panel is going to draw much more on policy and implementation evidence from PELAM, from AXA, and from many of our other partners. And without taking any more time, allow me invite our panel moderator, and that is none other than Dr. Nicholas Mukisa. Let's give Dr. Nicholas some energy. So I'm going to switch roles and become the timekeeper while Dr. Nicholas officially takes over the moderator role. Welcome, Dr. Nicholas.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Victoria. Good afternoon, Dr. Susan. Good afternoon, Ibla. Thank you very much. This is going to be quite an interesting panel, and I want everyone awake. So if you're feeling a bit of sleepy, there are bottles of water on the table. Please maximize the water. I'm privileged to be the moderator for a panel that constitutes quite formidable people, and I want to appreciate Mildred for bringing me after break. The people that spoke in the morning were scaring. The articulation of content, I was worried that I might come after Dr. Brian, Julius. I was like, this is quite threatening, but after break, at least now I'm rested. I would want to invite my panelists, in no particular order, has been guided. Engineer Elizabeth Kaijuka, the Assistant Commissioner from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Allow me invite Engineer Dominic Muchungus from the Ministry of Water, Assistant Commissioner, Ministry of Water and Environment. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me to receive Mr. John Chrysostom Barantana, Senior Policy Analyst from Ministry of Agriculture. And allow me to welcome Mr. Bazalaki, District Agriculture Officer from Uganda District. Last but not the least is Madam Harriet Nakasi from AXA, which is the Advocacy Coalition for Sustainable Agriculture. I've been given very few minutes. Please permit that I may not allow you minutes to introduce yourselves, but as you respond to the questions, take off 10 seconds to speak about yourselves, and Mildred has threatened me to be very strict with time, so please bear with me. And this panel is looking at the policy landscape, the coordination aspects, and this subject has been well unpacked by the early presenters. We appreciate Julius from MAAIF for the formidable speech from the PS, Minister of Agriculture. Dr. Brian emphasized, as he rendered his rejoinders, from the Ministry of Energy. And the different presentations have laid a formidable foundation for us to build on as we discuss. The CADIP Kampala Declaration, our thinking maybe at the end of this discussion, we shall have maybe a Misteel declaration as well, as we domesticate the Cardiff Kampala Declaration going forward. And I would want to appreciate the representatives of the three-line ministries, local government, and the civil society organizations. And I will start straight away with MAAIF, since agriculture, all of us are here to this moment energetic because we had some breakfast. So let's take it to agriculture. And as we've heard from the early presentations, it has been stipulated that surely we have some challenges. We have the policies, no one of the speakers this morning said we have any missing policy. But the question has been on their gaps, on how we are putting these policies to action. And I would want to hear from the side of MAAIF, from your appreciation, what are some of those policy gaps and interventions that you've really identified that you think, if addressed, could unlock our movement, could enhance the coordination of these endeavors between agriculture and energy. Thank you. To you, Mr. Chrysostom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name again is John Chrysostom Birantana. I work for MAAIF as a senior policy analyst. And here we are only mandated, just as a reminder, to formulate, review, and implement national policies, plans, strategies, regulations, and standards across the sector. This comes in as a result of creating an enabling environment through 4 pillars, where we do policy formulation and design by drafting guidelines, value chain converging, and investment guidance. Secondly, we also do policy review and updating of regular assessments, sector adaptation, and legal instruments. We also harmonize and align the regular standards, aligning with the national agricultural strategies with the regional and international frameworks. Then sector, we also do cross-sector collaborations. In terms of gaps, we need to do in collaboration with Ministry of Energy, Water and Environment, to address issues of irrigation rollouts, and then address issues of agricultural industrial program through the policy and budget alignments with the national budgets, through sector planning and avoiding soiled sector planning and budgeting, including data collection to address the emerging issues of climate change in regard to energy nexus. I submit, Moderator.
Thank you very much. And I'll bring the same question to Engineer Liz. From your side, where you sit in MAAIF, do you see the challenges alluded to by Mr. Chrysostom, that streamlining the implementation, but also utilizing the sectoral planning and implementation would address the gaps, and maybe you have additional gaps that you'd want to allude to? Please, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nicholas. Again, my name is Engineer Elizabeth Kejuka Okwenje. I'm the Acting Assistant Commissioner for Renewable Energy at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. So I'm actually the champion. I'm championing productive use of energy at the ministry. Very excited about it. I've been talking about it for years. We hope to have this strategy in place, over the next year, and an implementation plan that will be budgeted. So this dialogue is very much relevant. So in answer to your question, so for me, from where I'm standing policy-wise, I feel like they're all in place. There's the energy policy that identifies PUC. My commissioner, Dr. Brian, explained it has literally got strategies and spelled out the need for PUE. Yeah. NDP4 has got programs dedicated, strategic objectives rather, dedicated to agro-industrialization and sustainable energy. So between policy and implementation, there's a gap I see, which is planning. So the planning should be aligned, and then also the planning should be aligned with the budgeting. Where are the funds flowing? Which ministry? Although, say for example, energy is taking the lead in the Sustainable Energy Development Program, and so the funds will flow through energy, and then we end up implementing things, for example, in parallel with agriculture under the agro-industrialization program, which has identical specific objectives. If I see in the agro-industrialization program, there's an objective 3 for value addition. And of course, in the Sustainable Energy Development Program, there's objective 3 to enhance PUE. So I feel like the solution, as my commissioner alluded to, we need to find solutions. So we've already started. We had an inaugural interministerial committee meeting where we're bringing together, led by MAAIF and MEMD, but with all the other relevant ministries. Of course, water, very key, trade and industry, local government, all the people in the room. I hope you can join us as we keep the momentum going and have this, come to the table and, for example, list what are you doing? What projects are you doing? Are we doing parallel? Maybe it's a communication gap.
Yeah.
And then we know for a fact, and then we just go on the same, field work, and identify those agro-industrial facilities that need power, and then we provide that, it's the solution is here, basically. I submit.
Thank you very much. Engineer, you mentioned communication gaps and where we sit for us who are outside government. We actually thought that in government, communication is the most sorted issue because you even own the UCC. So we thought for you, communication shouldn't be a problem. But this brings me to Engineer Dominic, from your side of water. We are talking agriculture, we are talking energy, but you are the people with the mandate on the resource, the water that we are using either for irrigation. I would want to appreciate from your side, why do you see the gaps? Or do you agree with what the rest of the presenters from the MAAIF and MEMD on the challenge that you've enlisted? Please.
Thank you so much, Nicholas, for the opportunity. Once again, I'm Engineer Dominic Banaga Muchunguzi. I work as an Assistant Commissioner for Water Resources Planning and Management at the Ministry of Water and Environment. But previously, I worked in the Ministry of Agriculture for some good years as a Principal Engineer Irrigation and Drainage, where I was spearheading the productive use of renewable energy. So I think I bring in that broad perspective of the subject at hand. I appreciate from the Ministry of Water and Environment perspective, the agri-energy agenda. However, even from the panel here, allow me expand a little bit the discussion of today so that it goes beyond the agri-energy because of a number of reasons. Because we know agriculture needs energy, but also water is fundamental for agricultural production. Sure. So I would want to expand our discussion to the water, energy, food nexus. In fact, at the end, I may even add the ecosystem part. Because once you leave any of that, I think you cannot build a resilient agricultural system. And the reason I was giving is simple. Much as the agriculture needs energy, water is fundamental, but also energy can make it very easy and cheap to access the water for production. And I'm not only limiting it for irrigation, but across the agricultural value chain. Post-harvest handling, processing, and value addition. So that's how we need to look at. But we also know that increased access to renewable energy may place a lot of stress on the water resource. It may be over-abstracted if the resource is not well managed. That's why I think we need to look at it as a unit. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that you cannot have a resilient food system when we have not planned water, energy, and agriculture together, instead of looking at them separately. So that will bring me to some of the gaps which are there. As ministries, I know we tried to run away from the sector planning to program planning. We have different programs. We have agro-industrialization led by agriculture. We have sustainable energy led by Minister of Energy. We have the environment, natural resources, climate change, land and water management led by Minister of Water. But we have seen all these ones lead to a sustainable, resilient system. So where is that coordinated planning? Is there a framework where all of us come together and plan for that? Maybe two. I'm also looking at issues of water resource availability and sustainability. Oftentimes, we have seen agricultural investments being put with even provision of energy, but after a short time, there is no water. You have put a lot of investment, but the water dries up, or the system cannot serve its purpose. So that is a gap I think we need to address so that we would do a comprehensive system. Maybe as the other issue is about the sustainable operation maintenance of the systems. We have also put up a lot of infrastructure, investments, but oftentimes we end up at construction, then it brings issues of operation and maintenance, capacity building. Do we have the right personnel in terms of skill and quantities to address that? Otherwise, we shall put up infrastructure, but then it will not serve the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask a question, but since I was the one who said at the end we want to make a declaration, I might leave it for the time for call for action. But I've just noted it here and I've put very many stars on it so that I keep remembering it. But I would want to come to Madame Harriet. From the side of the advocacy team, you work closely with the farmers, you support civil society organizations. From your ground experience, what are some of those challenges that you see as what evidence have you generated to depict the policy environment bottlenecks that maybe from the side of the end users, the beneficiary of all these interventions of the ministry, that you could speak to?
Thank you so much, Doctor. Once again, I'm Harriet Nakasi, the National Coordinator for AXA. We are a network of NGOs that work with farmers, and we want to see policies implemented to achieve better services and resources for the farmers. In our opinion, and based on the practitioners sampled in over 16 districts, we noted a few gaps. And the first one, I think, has been re-echoed, the framework, the joint one for the different departments, for the local, at national and subnational level. For us, we see that as a gap. Much as we have the program approach, we still operate in silos. When you go to the district, you'll discover that they are not doing a value chain approach to agri-energy. What a farmer knows is a value chain. And when you tell them that you go to another department, they don't understand. So I think we need those plans that are implemented jointly and integrated in a local government budgets. But nevertheless, the solutions are there in the communities, but they are fragmented, they are very weak, and also they are weakly documented to support investment. And because of this, you realize that the solutions provided by government, like in terms of financing, they always don't access that because of limited awareness. And they also see that upfront cost as so high. Then the other aspect is the aspect of regulation. We don't have a profile for pure service providers who are certified. There's a lot of fake, farmers don't know where to go to get the right services and solutions. Then I'll also echo on the solutions that remain very expensive. To a farmer, much as we have government programs for financing, they are still expensive for the farmers to access. And yet they are also not aware of them. And the existing commercial banks also don't provide adequate information. Then also, lastly, I will also talk about the technical capacities. Yes, we have those the solutions put in place. Do we have adequate capacities for their maintenance? Many of them are still lying, they're underutilized. So because of that, and many other gaps like the lack of evidence to facilitate investment, we know that a farmer looks for returns in investment. So if there are no models documented, disseminated for a farmer to invest, farmers have money to invest, but they need to be guided. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've mentioned something that is very crucial. Farmers are rich. Some of the farmers, one of the farmers was here, Mildred. They are very rich, but sometimes they don't know where even to find the information, where to find the inputs that they need. So what you mentioned is very crucial. But this brings me to Mr. Bazaraki. In one of Madame Harriet's submissions, she alluded to the fact that there is scarcity or limited technical capacity at the grassroots. And you, as a representative of the local government on this panel, you bring us experience from Uganda. How do you, from your view, because you're an agricultural officer of the district, how do you see, what is your take on the absence of energy officers at local government level, how does that affect your operations, your activities, and achieving your targets set out on an annual basis?
Moderator, this is very interesting, and I'm delighted to be part of this team as a person who is actually at the grassroots of implementation of such interventions. Bazara Chisule Nantatia, working as the District Agriculture Officer for Uganda District Local Government. And on behalf of the rest of the local governments, I bring to table the real feel at the grassroots, what actually we are going through as challenges when such interventions come up for implementation, especially which are specialized in nature. Actually, one of the previous speaker mentioned some of these. And now, when you reach the district level, first of all, at a national level, you find ministries are actually expanding from time to time. Whenever a new program comes up, departments and sectors are created, and technical staff are recruited. And yet, implementation of interventions are actually at the district local governments and the lower local governments. Now, when you look at the structures at the district local governments, are actually very thin, very small structure with very few technical staff, and yet we need to see results or outcomes from the lower local governments or the grassroots. So therefore, the absence of an energy officer, for example, in the structure of this local government, is viewed as one of the major causes of coordination and technical deficiencies at the institutional level for implementation of agri-energy nexus at the district level. Agriculture today, as you may be aware, and you, of course, there are the things that we are discussing here, is increasingly becoming dependable on reliable and affordable energy for irrigation, water pumping, mechanization, agro-processing, cold storage, drying, milling, and other value addition activities. It is therefore noted that where there is no designated energy officer, the energy demands of such activities may not be sufficiently identified and incorporated into agricultural planning, budgeting, and implementation. It can also lead to inefficiencies in implementation, limited technical oversight, weak monitoring, and difficulties in maintaining energy infrastructure after installation. For example, a district may invest in agricultural irrigation without adequate consideration of the energy source, operational costs, maintenance, and long-term sustainability. Therefore, the issue is not the absence of a position on the district establishment, but it is a serious institutional gap that affects the entire cycle of planning, budgeting, implementation, coordination, monitoring of energy interventions in agriculture. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. And as I go back to the government, the ministries, what Mr. Bazalaki is alluding to is that the Kampala people plan sent to the district without identifying who will take into action what they have planned, and then it comes to bite. And this I would want to bring back to you, the colleagues from different ministries. From your experience, what are some of these pieces of evidence you've really witnessed from this silo way of work? That, for example, maybe MAAIF will mention they have a district agriculture officer, they have extension workers. But do you feel from your side that all your interventions from the central government have been ably and perfectly implemented to your satisfaction? Is there such evidence? And where you've had bottlenecks and failures, are there some examples that you can speak to? Probably we can try to align and explore how to devise solutions to that. I'll start with you, Mr. Chrysostom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. The Ministry of Agriculture, in addressing one of the concerns that has been raised by one of us about the registration of the service providers, there was an attempt through the Agricultural Cluster Development Project of registering the agro-input dealers. And that process, the innovation still continues much as the project ended. So it's still ongoing of registering the agro-input dealers across the country. Now, as regards the data collection, the data availability about the investments and planning therein, there are efforts also to promote data collection within the Ministry of Agriculture through the NIFAMI system. So the systems are up and onward going, so the spirit is on. In terms of designated officers, their efforts, we have recruited. The government has enabled the ministry to recruit and local governments to recruit the extension officers at a local government level, but however it's still lacking, and we are pushing for increased resource allocation so that we can increase, so that the existing gaps are filled. I intend to submit, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Engineer Dominic, from your view, are there some pieces of evidence that you perceive we've arrived at because of the silo way of doing our works? Water is by itself, you know, by the way, if you visit districts, you'll see vehicles coming in. On Monday is Julius and the team from MAAIF. Tuesday, Engineer Liz and the team coming in to Uganda. Wednesday, it's water and environment coming in. And they're meeting the same team of Mr. Bazaraki, more or less speaking about the same subject, but all arriving at different times. And I think at the last day, Mr. Bazaraki is confused. Who should I go with? And most times I think he is inclined towards MAAIF because more or less he reports to that line ministry. So I would want to hear from you, Engineer Dominic, from your experience. And you know, you've also served in MAAIF like you mentioned. How is your experience? What would you say from this way we are doing things today? Because we want to address, and to, I think, objective 6 of the Kampala Declaration, strengthening coordination.
Thank you so much. That's a very good question. Yes, indeed, there is evidence. Let me just give you an example even from where I stopped. Especially since we are doing like irrigation, which is combining the agriculture part and also the energy and the water part. Because we all know that for you to do that irrigation, you will need the water, you need the energy, and you also need the agricultural component, the extension services. Because we know the irrigation will need the water for conveyance and distributing the system, but you also need that electricity for either pumping the water, but also for production. And the choice of the energy system also is very important. Because we have seen cases, for example, where I know some irrigation schemes where people, some of them are very old, they put up diesel pumps. But at the end of the day, it could not be operated because of the high cost. And the system may be lying idle.
Yeah.
I can give you another example. I also know of some intervention where there was investment in agricultural production, provision of good seeds, fertilizers, production increased. Then there was went ahead to put an agro-processing facility, but without power. So that facility remained for around 3 years without power. So are you solving the problem? Now you may, if you are working in silos, you may now consider, say, let me extend the power to that facility. Then you forget there is water which is needed in the agro-processing and value addition. So these are really issues that we have experienced. I think that we need to change. So to me, we need to move from that kind of infrastructure by infrastructure planning and we look at system to system planning. So we look at the entire system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Engineer Liz, when you were submitting, you mentioned there's a challenge where the mandate sits and where the budget arrives.
Correct. And I think my colleague, in answer to your previous question,
yes.
as he identified, there's no energy officer at local government level. So we've been really, that's something which, as solution-based, we need to address.
Yeah.
I think we tried with GIZ, but that's an action point that we need to do. But when I think of evidence, like projects, when we implement projects for, like, to bring electricity to rural areas, we first work with the COW, then the local councillor, chairperson, LC chairpersons. You know, we introduce the projects. I'll give the example of mini grids. When we first, at the time I was at the Rural Electrification Agency actually, we took 25 mini grids to Lamour.
Yeah.
And we used the master plan. So we didn't, you know, we just brought the power and productive use came afterwards as an afterthought. We tried to identify the milling machines, the farmers. If we had made it demand, you know, with an anchor load, demand-based, so that that power is, you know, yeah, the demand must drive the energy investment, in my opinion. Then, obviously, we need to work with cooperatives. I think we need to aggregate it so that we bring them together and have that, you know, cooperative, numerous farmers together to supply the power. Yeah. Identify those actual anchor loads or the agro-industrialization facilities to bring power. Then the business model. The technology is there. We have the technologies. We have to get the right business model to make it. We had to, at the time for the mini grid, we had to teach the farmers or just the residents how to use the power, how to make business, how to create businesses out of energy. So there's that business development that's needed. And finally, it's at, again, it has to be at local level, local government, district level. And yeah, that's my submission.
Thank you very much. There's something here, there's evidence that I've not heard, and I believe each of the three ministries has somewhere a white elephant seated in anticipation of either energy arriving, either farmers showing up, or somewhere, because there have been a couple of projects implemented separately with anticipation that the other one will find me along the way, and they never turn up. In the last couple of weeks, I've visited a couple of facilities, and you see billions of money sitting, and when they tell you they've been seated for years, it's quite threatening for us as a country. And I believe that with such discussions we are holding, the atmosphere is encouraging, that everyone identifies the problems and they're open to going forward. Madam Harriet, you've heard colleagues present some of the challenges, you mentioned some, but also, you know, here you don't only present the voice of the advocates, you equally report the voice of the farmers. From their side, because these are planners, these are, you know, there's pretenders. How about the beneficiaries? From the side of the beneficiaries, what are their recommendations? What should be done? What they see as solutions that would work for them? Probably that ministries are imagining and planning interventions that are not realistic and consumable or desired at the last mile. So from you, at the last mile, what do you have to say?
Thank you very much. For me, what I see and what farmers say is that farmers know what they want. But in most cases, we bring solutions that are not aligning with the interests of farmers. For instance, you look at some of the solutions that we saw recently that were brought, and they were basically for farmers who are a very small scale. So we need to look at the different scales so that we provide those solutions. Then secondly, projectizing solutions. Because we know that there has to be continuity. So whenever we projectize the solutions, by the time the farmers have gained momentum, then we realize the project is no longer there because it's not well coordinated with the local governments. Normally the actors don't coordinate with the local governments. Then the other one I talked about was the aspect of standards, regulations, and quality of the solutions and services. You know, as consumers, we need assurance that the products we are going to use are going to take us for a number of years. But it's not the case. And who is going to help the farmers in that? In the end, what would be a good project ends up being frustrated because farmers are not responding effectively, the services are not there, and also the maintenance. Years back, I think many service providers instituted solutions, but when you go back to the communities, the solutions are not working. You go to the local governments, they were not prepared to take over from the service providers. So I think we need to let the farmers drive the solutions they want, because they can sustain them, they can afford them, and they can get economic returns from the solutions that they feel are comfortable for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bazalaki, I think a couple of weeks, if not a month ago, I was discussing with you about the beneficiaries, or the beneficiaries of U-Gift. And I remember you mentioned that Uganda had received 132 units. Of that, you had already experienced about 24 that had not operated as desired. And one of my questions was, I'm one of those followers of Christ who leave the 99 and look for the one. So I asked you, did you, or have you taken some efforts to appreciate why the 24 were struggling? And I know, like what you mentioned earlier, that is far-fetching because you necessitate additional support from energy expertise to appreciate the technicality where need to be, among others. And I want to bring it to your attention that through the powerful food and other players in the agri-energy ecosystem, their efforts to advance the creation of district task forces, to aggregate efforts to ensure that this whole burden of advancing energy at district level does not sit only with the agriculture officer, but it's a shared responsibility across agriculture, natural resources, planning, among others, to ensure that there is an oversight on interventions, there is monitoring of such interventions, but also appropriate planning. In your view, do you perceive that such task forces will yield and will support to provide a solution to the gap that you alluded to of the absence of an energy officer at the district level?
Thank you, moderator, once again. I'm also grateful to the partners who are actually part of this nexus, that Iganga district is privileged to be part of the 3 districts that are piloting, forming the task forces for agri-energy. One of them is in Tungamo, understand also Kiriandongo and Iganga. We are so privileged to have that. So to respond to your concern, actually it is true, the task force actually is a good gesture. Through the district agri-task force, the district local governments can not only coordinate the implementation of their initiatives, but also work as an efficient and effective platform. The task force also gives opportunities to mobilize technical officers and other stakeholders so that the district energy needs and opportunities along the agricultural value chains can be identified. And once these needs and opportunities are identified, they can be prioritized and probably included in the district development plan, work plans, and budgets. Now, besides that, the task force can contribute to the district's ability to propose a profile of well-designed agri-energy projects, stock priorities, to potential funders and stakeholders. The list may include, for example, solar-powered irrigation, energy food saving processing equipment, cold facilities, and productive use of energy systems. After these have been probably validated by the task force, these ideas can then be brought to central government agencies, development partners, banks, private sectors, investors to request for financing. The task force can also probably include a component of evaluation and measurement of impact. The focus here should not be solely on the number of energy installations, but also whether these are actually resulting in more production or greater farmer added, higher incomes, new jobs, and long-term system sustainability. Using the task force in this manner is regarded as a planning, budgeting, resource mobilization, implementation, and accountability platform for the agricultural energy nexus at the grassroots. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. You make the task force sound a 360 solution to the problems that maybe the district might be harboring at the moment. And that will bring me to the colleagues at the central government level. How do we, as we also establish or strengthen the coordination at the ministerial level, tap into or strengthen our interlinks between the central government coordination platform, which is the interministerials, and the district task forces, to ensure that we have that smooth flow of information, of coordination, and exchange of experiences. I will start with you, Engineer Dominic.
Thank you so much. I think the issue of coordination has been emphasized and raised by all the stakeholders here. But over time, I think there is already an increasing recognition that as government, we need to work together for all the sectors. And I think to me, what is important, we need to move from that coordination at the institutional level, here at the center, to integrated investment and implementation level. Because to me, the real issue is not the test, see where the three ministries or local governments are on the same round table as we are discussing now, but whether a farmer receives an integrated service.
Yeah.
A beneficiary there should not be, as you said, you find one ministry is going to a district, the following day, or even the same day, people are going there. And as a farmer, they don't want to know that there is a Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Water, and a Minister of Energy. All they want, do they have access to clean and sustainable supply of water, affordable energy, productive energy system? So I think that's what we need to have. And I think this kind of innovation, coming up, for example, with the water energy, food nexus task force at the district, would address that issue. So that a farmer at the district, for example, has one stop center where they can go and have their issues addressed instead of moving to different institutions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chrysostom, would you have some rejoinders to that effect?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. As I want to allude to what my colleague has just said, as central government, we are advocating for coordinated programming and planning and programming. As you may realize that now, once the budget cycle call goes around, teams are assigned to local governments to align the plans and programming and the budgeting systems from bottom to up. So coordination is very important to be advocated and then streamlined in our budgets, planning and processing. I submit.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Engineer Liz.
This one?
Yes.
Yeah. I think, the budgeting, the planning, everything has to be, but in any case, at district level, that image you gave of water, energy, agriculture arriving at the district officers, the agriculture officers' office is one of the key problems. We need to maybe jointly do field visits. I think siting is very important. So at district level, they identify with, maybe PDM, the other programs like the parish development model where funding is channeled, identify the sites and all the different needs, whether it's water, whether it's energy, whether it's, and then together from district level, we can go bottom up towards the institutional level. And again, I re-emphasize our interministerial committee can be, can house that responsibility of trying to coordinate that, practical on the ground action. I submit.
Thank you very much. I still have a couple of questions for you, but I need to also allow the audience a couple of 2-3 questions before we are asked to leave the floor. And one of the comments as I look forward for questions from the audience is that at the district level, we still need a lot of support. That things we are talking about renewable energy are very technical. We should also appreciate that the dynamics keep changing. New technologies are emerging, even in agricultural practices. New practices are coming. We need a lot of capacity support for the agriculture office at the district level, for the teams, the task forces on energy aspects, how best to encourage the farmers. So that is something that I'll leave with 3 of you colleagues at the ministry level to see how do we package intervention to support the district officers. Any questions from the audience, colleagues? Yes, there's one at the back. I hope, Carlos, you don't have a question.
No, I have comments, don't worry. So let's start ladies first, sorry.
We'll do about 3 questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nicholas.
Yes.
And to our panelists, my name is Victoria Butegwa and I'm from GIZ Uganda. Allow me, moderator, mine are not so much questions, but a couple of comments from what the speakers mentioned.
Sure.
I think one point from Engineer Elizabeth that really resonated was on the need to raise awareness to the end users about the value of the power. If we're speaking about these productive use technologies, if we're speaking about the regenerative agriculture, I think for us, that's also a lesson that we've seen in the Energy and Climate Program and have worked very closely with Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Agriculture, and other partners. An example is in some of the mini-grid areas that GIZ worked together with the ministry, that element of raising awareness to the users on how can they apply this additional power and energy resources within their businesses, but also supporting them to develop those business models with this addition of renewable energy and those practices. I think Madame Harriet also touched on the importance of standards and quality at community level, and I just want to also commend the Ministry of Agriculture for all those efforts. We've collaborated with them under a recent biodigester program, where that component of working with the district energy officers to build their skills and capacity on these new standards and quality elements that were coming up in the sector, because we knew they were that critical bridge to the farmers and the end users. So I really want to commend also the Powerful Food Program and the partners in the room for also emphasizing the need for quality assurance to build that trust at the community level. And the last point that I wanted to touch on, I think the colleagues have also touched on the importance for the joint coordination effort. So also really want to commend the ministry for that interministerial agriculture energy committee, and also just want to commit support from GIZ Uganda and our partners, including private sector and others, to contribute meaningfully to that dialogue, share any evidence that has come up. We've also gleaned a lot of lessons from previous interventions on solar productive use and other technologies. So we'd be happy to also share those resources, lessons, and recommendations from that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Yes, Carlos.
Thank you. I just want to add a comment here, and it's not from, it's again about coordination. Thank you so much for GIZ as well. is one of our partners as well with SMV and biogas and many things. But also we need to acknowledge from development actors the coordination as well, right? Where SMV is doing an action, GIZ is also doing an action. Other stakeholders are doing action, and we are not coming together, right? And then leave behind that kind of, agendas of, I don't know if it is about, to have different thinking of ways, but at the end we have a common goal together, right? So it's also how we align across the different development actors to work together rather than to compete each other, right? And bring the lens for the interministerial committee, the task forces. I know that Madame Harriet also is working with some structures at district level that can inform the task force or can convert in task force. So sorry, it's just a comment because the collaboration is, yes, the government need also to guide us as a development actors, but also as a development actor, we need to be intentional to discuss together.
Sure.
We don't need to wait for someone else because we have a common goal. It's just a comment, sorry.
No, thank you very much, Carlos.
Yeah, thank you. I'm called Robert. I come from Able Financial Services. I first of all thank Madame Kaijuka for the renewable energy. As financial institutions, I think it's nowadays that we can hear embracing the renewable energy than in the past. Surely, I think there are some strides. I also take this opportunity to thank SNV and the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization that are actually giving this kind of information and some backup. On agriculture, I have around two issues. One, you did not talk about, I don't know who can answer this, about insurance. Insurance is very key, especially in agriculture, and also information dissemination. Right now, I was looking at the information that was shared by Agro Consortium. It talks about the planting seasons, like for coffee, they said it is from 1st of August to around 21st. And for the moment, financial institutions get this, and you are lending to farmers, you actually share this. But it so happens that from 1st to 21st, these farmers have never received any rains. Now, I'm wondering about the reliability of some of this information. Is it that it is wrong, or maybe there are some wrong forecasts on that? So once the issues of insurance, I know Agro Consortium is trying to do something, but still the basket is very small compared to the institutions that are subscribing to it. I thank you so much.
I'm Atwine Esther, District Agriculture Officer Ntungamo, and Ntungamo is among the 3 that have already formed the District Agro-Energy Task Force, and which is functional now as I talk, and which has in fact made the project that is coming, Power for Food Partnership, to be multi-sectoral in nature and to be well coordinated. But I know under the project of Power for Food Partnership, there will be implementation of irrigation. And you know, our district has been implementing irrigation under micro-scale irrigation and under Ministry of Water. But none of the pioneers mention anything about safety, where when they install the irrigation system, those that install keep on coming and removing them from one place to another, from Ntungamo to Bushenyi to Mbarara to that. And that one has really demoralized what? Farmers. By the way, in our district in Ntungamo, farmers have already adopted irrigation. Even those ones without proper irrigation system are doing it manually. But you've not mentioned anything about any solution, because we've come here to get solution of some problems. What solution are you putting on steering of solar panels, of water pumps, security? Are you emphasizing community policing? Will really the community manage? So, way forward to safety of installed irrigation system. Because even where the Ministry of Water gave like 20 acres of irrigation, the sprinklers were storing, the water pumps, so you find there is nothing. The system that was supposed to benefit farmers is now idle. So, tell us about the safety. That's what has brought us here. Otherwise, adoption of irrigation is already taken, and some districts, they have capacity to confine, they have capacity even to install by themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. I'll take only one more question. Please permit. Yes, sir.
Thank you, panelists. Mine is not a question, but it's a comment, a contribution to what the panelists have said. Akankwasa Alfred, I'm from Fisheries. I'm an Assistant Commissioner in Fisheries. First of all, I want to thank the people who organized this meeting because it is long overdue. I liked what Engineer Dominic presented about the coordination of implementation of government programs. I want to give an example in fisheries. In early 2000, 2005, 6, we were given, Ministry of Agriculture was given a grant by Japan to build a fish landing site, to find a solution for post-harvest handling and reduction. And the ministry decided to build a landing site, providing facilities for fish handling. And a decision was taken politically, and this facility was taken to Namaingo. This facility was a high-end facility where the farmers, this relates to what Helen said, where the solution was not related to what the fishermen wanted. This technology from Japan was brought, put in Namaingo on a landing site at a cost of $1 million without involving Ministry of Energy, without involving any other government agency. It needed electricity, it needed other facilities, but the facility was put there at $1 million, and up to today, it has never worked. It was dismantled, everything was taken away by fishermen, and the people from Uganda, rather from other parts of the country who knew, because there were ice making machines, there were all sorts of machines, cold room facilities, but all those things were taken there, installed without consulting energy when power was almost 200 kilometers from the facility. So what we are discussing here is critical. And my question now is, we've all discussed here what the problem is, but what are we going to do? What next from this discussion here? When we propose solutions, when we come up with solutions, where are we going to end? I hope this is not the end. This should be the beginning of this dialogue. I submit.
Thank you very much. I see there is a very strong hand raised, and I want to seek permission from the Mildred, because she gave me 5 minutes. I've so far used 3.5. Yet I need these colleagues to respond to some of the comments. So, Mildred, do you allow me an extra minute? Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm called Dorothy Ajwang. I'm Kao Nakasongola. I'm still new in Nakasongola. Previously, I was in Nebi. But as a Kao, I seem to see a problem related to who our farmers are. Whom are we targeting, honestly? In Nebi, with this irrigation equipment, who are expected to identify the very poor, the needy. But you and me will appreciate that those farmers there, when it comes to co-funding, it will become a problem. Actually, through the years, would even fail to get 50% of the farmers who are able to co-fund. They just didn't have the capacity. And then the farmers down there, they have small pieces of land, maybe an acre, maybe 2 acres. Mainly they are the women, they have children, the husbands go to drink. The labor is a challenge. So it comes back to who are we targeting? The group of farmers that we are targeting. Maybe we need to review that because the people at the lower local governments, in Nakasongola, I'm about 3 months old. But you and me, those who know Nakasongola, the people who have chunks and chunks of land, the rich, those who can afford, and those whom we are not targeting. Maybe if we targeted those ones and they provided employment and demonstration farms, maybe it could help. So there is a problem on who our farmers are. I think we need to review that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kao. And there was silence in heaven. I want to come back to the colleagues at the front. There's been a couple of comments. There's an aspect of theft. I'm a farmer, but I'm also actually like you. Sometimes I'm scared. I'm like, the moment I'm going to put all my systems here, I'll receive a phone call from the village giving me the bad news I never want to hear. So thank you for raising that, Esther, because I would want to hear from these colleagues. Maybe we did not get Uganda. Do you have any representative of Uganda police here? Maybe this is now becoming a security concern, but energy has always been a security concern. So I would want to hear from the colleagues. I don't know who do wish to take that on. Agriculture and MAAIF, and actually water as well, because the micro-scale program is underwater. What safety mechanisms are we taking into consideration to safeguard against theft of this equipment?
Thank you so much. Let me give it a try. One, security and safety of the equipment is very paramount. We have seen it happen, not only actually for panels for water for production, even the ones for lighting houses. So it's a big security issue. However, there are a number of measures, I think, that have been undertaken to safeguard against that. Now, some of them are expensive, others are manageable. I just try to give options. Probably each one will see what is relevant to them. One of them, I've seen where the systems are fitted with an alarm. They are connected. Once you touch it and you want to disconnect it, it makes an alarm, and it saves that. Two, I've also seen systems that are fixed with metallic frames. Actually, they bolt it or weld it in the frame. Three, the ones who can afford, I've seen people using cameras. You know, people fear cameras. Even when they are not working, so long as it's something similar to a camera, at least people fear that. But there is also another one, I think, which is good, where people are using the community system. For example, if you are using solar for pumping, you may not be using all the water all the time, and your neighbor needs some water. So I have seen people put, for example, a tap water supply system for the community where they can fetch some water, and that creates a sense of ownership. So they tend to watch over the system so that it is not stolen, because they feel it is part and parcel of the system. Maybe now that there is another question, I don't know whether I can attempt it, from the Kauna Kasongora, which was talking about the poor farmers and the system not being affordable. I think as institutions, whether we are government or private sector development partners, we should not have a one-size-fits-all system. We should have a radar of technologies or systems that farmers can choose from, so that depending on someone's financial capacity, but also the technical knowledge, because maybe some of them have different complexities in management. So if you have different options, that will mean different technical complexities, different financing requirements, different operational and maintenance requirements. Farmers should be able to choose from that. And there are also systems for both large and small scale farmers. Submit.
Thank you very much. And yes, Mr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. As a rejoinder to Engineer Dominic's presentation, I would like to thank the CAO Nakasongola for your concern about the farmer disparities. Now, there are efforts by the Ministry of Agriculture and local governments to have our farmers registered. Once that is fully achieved, then our farmers will be clustered. So that when for further oncoming initiatives, then each farmer can be projected or planned according to his ability towards the demand and supply of the intended initiative. On Esther's concern, thank you very much for the concern about the installation of the equipment and its safety in Tungamo. I would like us to draw one attention from water user in our communities, water user committees. Once which also Engineer Dominic had alluded to, but once we have those user committees in around our installed equipment, then I'm sure we shall have, in a way, secured these installations. So let us borrow some of these initiatives around ourselves and implement them in the meantime as we plan and program for the long-lasting solutions toward the safety of installed equipment. Now, as far as Richard is concerned about insurance and the information is generated, the farming information is generated by a department under Dominic's ministry and is always broadcasted. Probably there could be some defect in terms of the way it is unpacked for the users at the end of the tail for usage. So that one calls for also a gap in terms of the way information communication moves between the producers and the users. And this one can be solved because we have always been advising that once this information is produced, then it's unpacked in local languages for end users to appreciate and put to use at the opportunity time. I submit, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I saw Mr. Bazalaki's hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Briefly, I wanted to share some bit of experience about the safety. Actually, it had also become rampant in Uganda, but we later we realized that these are the local technicians we normally use to support the senior agricultural engineer to install. And even to teach the farmers about the maintenance and operation. Now, when they bring them back again to the shops and then they sell. So when we discovered that, we engaged some of them and they started spying on each other. And at one point, they disclosed to us a perpetual one. The one who used to, and what we did, we exposed that person to all the farmers, to all the communities, and across the districts around. And once we did that, and we also sensitized those shopkeepers, those who deal in those items, we said now, we are also spying on you. We know they end up in your shops, and again, these technicians again now sell to other farmers and so on. So once we discover, once we catch up with you, you are going to suffer. So that one actually put to a halt. Actually, ever since we did that, we have not had because they used even to steal these charger controllers and so on. So that is what really helped us. Now the technicians who we identified as good, they spy on each other. And once we discover, and when we got the other perpetual one, we exposed that person. And we even now said we shall never engage you again. The fellow is even miserable up to now. because he used to get something was to survive on when we used to engage him. So that is also an approach we used. Because they don't come from any far to Uganda, what? To Uganda, yeah, enter the villages and go deep to the gardens to see these things. They don't. They are the local technicians around.
Thank you very much. The local method is send a thief to catch a thief. As we conclude, colleagues, I know our time is fast spent, but we can't just go without making some commitments and arriving to priority action points. I think it was Mr. Akankwasa who asked after this discussion, what next? So I would want us to think about any 3 or 5 priority things that we need to put our focus on. And as the colleague from academia mentioned, we have the Africa Food Systems Forum coming up next week. We want to see, this could inform the position of Uganda going forward. So we'd want to hear from you, from the ministries, from the district and CSOs. I'll start with Engineer Liz. Do you have any priority action areas that we should give attention from this day going forward?
Thank you, Dr. Mukisa. I'm a bit biased, so from my perspective, renewable energy has to be at the center of agro-industrialization, planning, even water, all the different sectors. It was forgotten at district level, but we need to make it central. I find it central to all the other sectors. And yeah, if we can jointly work together to identify sites and implement projects, that would be great. I submit.
Thank you. Engineer Dominic, what would be your priority going forward? What should we focus on?
Thank you. Moving into action, I think we need to adopt and implement the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus framework so that we can plan together. Maybe 2, since we have talked about the districts, I feel we need to integrate, to develop an integrated investment plan and priority agricultural production zones. Can we identify some areas where we can go and plan together as the different entities and maybe see the impact that it makes? Maybe 3rd, we need to establish, I think, a common monitoring and running framework so that we get the good lessons, good practices, and we see how we can improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukisa.
Just a moment. I missed the second one, but I believe we have some rapporteurs taking notes. But could you just echo the second one? It's to do with the district.
Oh. Yeah. I think it was establishing a district like production zones where we can identify some areas in a district. We go and plan together water, energy, and agriculture, and we implement that and we see the impact it can create.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Christo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. The Ministry of Agriculture pledges to join all initiatives planned to promote agriculture energy nexus.
Thank you, Moderator. Yes, please. I have a few suggestions here which I will run through very quickly. One is to institutionalize the agri-energy coordination by actually spelling out the responsibilities of each relevant ministry, even up to district level. And also to enhance the capacity of the district task force like you have talked about earlier. And also the other one is mainstreaming energy into agricultural planning and budgeting, incorporating the agro-energy priorities in the district development plans, work plans, and budgets. And then also the, of course, like we have said earlier, maybe strengthening the technical capacity at district level, Madam Stilidian mentioned earlier that probably there is a move to either assign or recruit somebody who is an energy officer, something like that. But in the meantime, when that one is probably about to take place, with capacity of an assigned person in the meantime, the capacity can be built and be able to be performing some roles. Develop a bankable agri-energy investments, construct maybe district-scale agri-energy investment pipelines with defined costs and users, return on investment, and financing models. And then the other one is strengthen monitoring and accountability. Probably develop common indicators on energy access, agricultural production, added value, employment, farmers' benefits, and system functionality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Harriet.
Thank you, moderator. One of the primary solutions we want to see is innovations and initiatives that make agri-energy solutions affordable to the farmers at different scale. Then when we look at the aspect of standards, quality, we need to establish clear standards and quality assurance for pure technologies. We should have that mechanism of regulation. Then the other one is about establish common evidence, because at the end of the day we need a replication. But as long as there's no commonality of that evidence that can facilitate replication, then we may not be able to scale up. And lastly, common user associations. I think this could address the aspect of theft, because the communities will be policing each other, but also the aspect of replication and ensuring that they're scaling up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate my panelists. I want to appreciate you for being a wonderful audience. And I want to appreciate Mildred for being a kind master of ceremony, for allowing us extra time. We've kept dragging and dragging. Thank you for being a mother. We appreciate everyone. And I would want to, I don't know whether we are taking a group photo as a panel. Please, thank you. I was about to miss that. Please, Mildred, you can take over the microphone as I take on the photo.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholas, for being very political after realizing that you took more time than I gave you. But it was necessary because the conversations are indeed necessary, because like we said, we need solutions. We need to go back with a pack of solutions that can be able now to speak to what our next steps are going to be. So as that group photo is taken, our next panel is really going to be talking about the RAPOR investment and the market opportunities, looking at identifying some of the promising opportunities available, what the barriers could be, the interested actors, as well as a practical follow-up. Let's give a round of applause to the panel and the moderator. Doctor, thank you very, very much. That was brilliantly done in such a very short period of time. Thank you so much. I wish we could have more time than we had anticipated earlier. We now want to go for our second and last panel, but as we do, I am going to request that we all stand for just two seconds or 30 seconds. Let's all stand. Let's all stand. Stand, get to the space. Get to the space close by. We need to do a bit of a stretch. We're doing this last panel. It will take us a few minutes, and we will officially now go for our lunch. Let's stretch our arms. By the way, life is very important. Sitting too long. I was recently at the orthopedic doctor's clinic, and he said, our bodies were not created to sit. You're supposed to have some activity. Stretch your neck a bit. Okay, your waist is very important because that's where your backbone stops. Do those stretches that we used to do in primary, for PE. Those who went for PE, not those who used to go to the computer lab. The planned kids go to computer lab for exercise. Okay, thank you so much. Let's get seated again. We'll have our next panel, which will also be about 30 to 45 minutes, and then we'll close up to go for lunch. And without any further ado, allow me invite the very able moderator, Dr. Mary Susan Abo, who is the Managing Director, CIRIC. Let's give her some energy. Hey, it's ladies. I love the balance. The first was a gentleman, the next is a lady. That will be looking at the markets, the investment and market opportunities for RAPURE. Welcome, Doctor.
A good afternoon to all of us, and again, welcome to this very, I believe, impactful event. Thank you for making time to come here. I observe all protocol, and we will build on the previous foundations and discussions that we've had in the previous panel, and also the speakers since morning. A big thank you to the organizers, to the partnership, the Power for Food Partnership, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Agriculture, and all the key stakeholders. I'm not sure whether Mildred will also be very lenient to me, but I'll do my best to work within 45 minutes to 1 hour, because this is an equally important conversation. So without further ado, I want to invite our panelists for this segment. Please welcome with me Dr. Chariton Namwoza from Nogamu. Please come and take your seat. I don't see him coming up, but I'm pretty sure he's somewhere. If anyone has seen him, please call him in. Please welcome Madame Virginia Semakula from Equity Bank. You're welcome. Madame Virginia is a very seasoned professional. I've had the chance to work with her for many, many years. I believe that she will make a good contribution. You're welcome. Please keep clapping. Let's welcome Mr. Fred Tuhaire. He's the Program Manager, Productive Uses of Energy at UECCC. I've also had the chance to work with him for many years, so all these seem to be my friends. That will be helpful as we have this conversation. Please welcome Bob Agre from Tulima Solar. He's standing in for the ED. Bob Agre is a project manager at Tulima Solar, very interested in issues on data, evidence for efficient delivery. Is Dr. Chariton back? Is somebody helping me check on him so we can save time? Thank you. And now let us welcome Commissioner Peter Damzungu, Assistant Commissioner, Ministry of Agriculture, in charge of horticulture. It's an honor to have you with us here today. Yes, there he is, Dr. Chariton. Clap for him as he comes. Dr. Chariton has over 2 decades of experience in organic agriculture and a lot of evidence to share with us today. So I believe my panel is set. You're welcome again. Thank you, Dr. Nicholas. I'll follow some of your methods to save time. I would have wished for you to spend some 2 minutes just talking about your organizations, but we don't have much time. So as you answer the questions, please use a few seconds to speak something from your heart and from your organization that is relevant to the discussion. This panel, again, is looking at the opportunities for regenerative agriculture, productive use of renewable energy investments. How ready are we? What opportunities do we have? With evidence, what can we do 30 days from now? We're trying to focus on the solutions, and we hope that after this discussion, it will not be like discussions we've had before. I was just sharing with my neighbor. We have so many opportunities to come and discuss. And Creek, for instance, has been there for 25 years. Imagine how many conversations we've had. How far have those conversations taken us? So this particular setup is focused on solutions, and I encourage the panelists as they make submissions to focus on 3 things. The opportunity that you see that is ready, whether it is from your entity or from your network or from the stakeholders that you know. Focus also on a constraint. It could be an information gap, it could be another kind of constraint. And then what can we do in the next 30 to 60 days? What is your contribution? If we have at least one from each of you, that will be 5. And we can start the follow-ups 30 to 60 days from now, the next couple of days, to put action to what we are discussing. So just to set the scene again, we are identifying a number of promising RA-pure market and investment opportunities. We want to determine a combination of organized demand, technologies, service models, finance, investment facilitation. We also want to see what public actions are required to move us forward. So, how can a coordinated public action help us in the challenges we see in the markets and investments? How can investment readiness propel us, and what more can we do there? And how can all this lead to scalable benefits for our farmers, for the farmers? So I want to start off with Dr. Chariton, Bob, and Fred. This first question goes out to you. Which RA-pure opportunities do you see are closest to investment readiness? And what evidence of demand or market potential exists for those opportunities?
Thank you very much. First of all, before I respond, let me recognize the presence of a very important person here, Her Excellency Rhoda Tumsime, former Commissioner of Agriculture and Rural Development at the African Union Commission, but also my colleague, President and brother, Dr. Dick Kamganga, President of Uganda National Farmers Federation, and all of you there. I would share from the perspective of Nogamu, as the Chief Executive of Nogamu, and also the President of the African Organic Network. I bring experiences from the organic industry here in Uganda, but also outside Uganda, the African continent. And I see 2 layers of opportunity for investment. One is at the farm level, where clearly farmers have demonstrated the need to access solar-powered irrigation. Recently, we were in the Ankole sub-region. We were interacting with some of the farmers that participated in a study that we conducted recently. We started at one of the off-takers, Ankole Coffee Producers Cooperative Union in Shema. And when he was taking us around the factory, he indicated that he feared that he was not going to fulfill the orders for the organic coffee. Orders, huge orders. And what was the problem? Farmers were not supplying enough. Why? Because drought had hit hard. And when we visited one of their farmers who had invested in solar, a solar pump, we noted that this farmer had not faced the same experience like the others that didn't have. And he was happy, and he was planning to extend his solar irrigation to the rest of the farm. So far, he has covered like 2 acres. He has 6 acres. And in terms of production, his yields were stable. So he supplied what he had planned to supply. So you can see that this is a critical need. And we visited another farmer in Isenjiro who had a solar pump that he had just bought after losing one that had been acquired through UECCC. He had acquired it, but the thieves came and took it away. But he still, because of the need, he had to buy again. So for me, I see that as a critical need, and it's an opportunity for investment. And the reality is that the suppliers are there. One of the radio programs, we partnered with Uganda Solar Energy Association, and they have a number of members that are dealing in solar pumps. And after the talk show, we received calls, how can I access this solar pump? So you can see that the demand is there. We're not talking about something that is new. But to add another layer of opportunity at the processing and value additional level, we see that the market is demanding for premium quality products. And solar dried coffee, solar dried fruits and vegetables are increasingly becoming more and more demanded. So that too presents itself as a big opportunity. And there are different models to illustrate that this demand exists, and that in 30 days, if we decide to put money there, it will come back because there is someone that is waiting to buy the solar dried coffee and fruits and so on. I think I will leave it at that for now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chariton. You have given us actual names, and I believe you have a long list, so hopefully in the follow-up we can get whatever you managed to profile and more evidence that you have in addition to these ones that you've named here. Thank you. Let me invite Tulima Sola Bob, please, to take on that same question.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Bob Abitekaniza, and I'm the project manager Tulima Solar. I'm joining this discussion from the private sector perspective, and where we're also looking at the opportunities we have on table as far as regenerative agriculture and productive use of renewable energy is concerned. For starters, Tulima, we're a clean energy company that focuses on solar irrigation. And now we are moving into identifying another need, which is an post-harvest handling, where we are piloting agro-processing machines together with solar-powered chaff cutters for the dairy value chain. These are pilots that we are running with some partners to really come out and see the need if there exists, and then we can look forward to serving that other sector also. From our experience as Tulima Solar, our biggest opportunity that we really look at here that is ready for investment is really on solar irrigation. For the last 6 years since we've been in existence, we've had a lot of customers or a lot of farmers who are coming in request for these technologies. The demand is available, the technology is available. Just like one of the participants said, affordability is a problem, yes, but then it also depends on the kind of technologies that is being produced. At Tulima Solar, we don't have a one-size-fits-all. All we do is do an assessment for every need for each customer. So you realize that there are those who will take a small water pump, then there are those that are going to come because they are commercially, they will come for a much bigger pump. But all that goes back to the fact that at the end of the day, all these farmers need to have these products to, one, increase their production, do all year round production, increase on incomes, but also make sure that the losses are a little bit reduced. Like I've just mentioned, technology exists, demand exists, but there's one biggest constraint, that is affordability. Even at an extent where there is a smallholder farmer who needs the entry-level pump, one person may look at it like it is cheap, but that other beneficiary who wants it will still look at it as expensive. So our call here is, how do we now translate these products to make them much more affordable and also financeable? I beg submit. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Just to follow up on that, you said you see demand exists, technology as well, but comment a bit on standards and quality, but also maintenance and after-sales support for that opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much. When you look at productive use and the products that the different actors have in place, to be specific, from Tulima, our products are certified, especially with international certifications, Verasol, Global Leap, which gives you comfort that we're working with quality products. But of course, selling a product does not only end at selling it and installation. There is also what we call after-sale services. After-sale service is embedded in the warranty term or warranty period that is always given to these customers. A customer or a financed product will only make productive sense and continue into repayment as long as the product is working. If I take a pump and then I don't have an after-sale service, if that pump gets a problem, I will not get the energy to go back and continue making the payments. And that's why you realize that when you go to credit, the portfolio health of some products that, or some organizations that do not give that after-sale support, you know, that the portfolio health is a little bit alarming. But during the training at installation, capacity building is built to the different beneficiaries. How is this product going to work? In case of a problem, where do you reach? Who do you call? A toll-free number is available. Reach out. If you can't reach through the toll-free number, reach out to the sales agent or the technician who did the installation so that you can always be responded to. So that is always key. Looking at one, the sustainability part of it. What happens if it's a project? What happens when the project ends? But also, how do we engage in the lifetime value of our customers? We need to have this journey together with the customer until the customer feels like, okay, the product is doing the real idea for which I bought it for. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. One last one for you, because I know you're interested in data and knowledge management, which is also a passion of mine. And it has a strong effect on investor-investee relationship and how quickly the transactions take place. So I'm putting you on the spot. The money is ready that you need by tomorrow. Are you ready with all the paperwork? How quickly can you answer to what is required for the investment to come through to you?
Of course, different investors require different documentations. and different KYCs. If opportunity arises, look through what is required at the earliest, and then be able to avail it. Would look at it, first and foremost would be what is the return on investment as far as that investment is concerned, and also what are the terms and conditions that we look at as far as the investment is concerned.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate your responses. Let's move on to Fred from UECCC. Fred, you're welcome on the same. What opportunities? I know you already have so many opportunities, and from what you've done so far at UECCC with the ESP project, you probably have a lot of lessons to share and further recommendations for a more effective path or a similar path. Please speak to us on your experience.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Fred Twairwe. I work with the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, UECCC. Now, I want to first give you a brief background about UECCC. I know most people in the room may not know about it. So it is a government-owned company that is in place to facilitate private sector investment in renewable energy. So it employs market-based approaches that we work with the private sector. We mobilize resources, and those resources are used by the private sector to be able to be invested in renewable energy. Our partners are financial institutions. Originally, we have worked with financial institutions, and when I talk of financial institutions, I mean commercial banks, microfinance institutions, and SACCOs, both regulated by Bank of Uganda and Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, UMRA. So now that is the side of financing, which is basically a blended financing model. But we also work with the companies. We work with energy service companies to deliver these products, because we know companies or energy companies are the ones that sell products. So we work with them to deliver products to the end user. So that is our private sector model approach, but also followed by a market-based approach. It is demand and supply. So currently, we are implementing the electricity access scale-up project. Actually, we are co-implementing this project. It is a huge project which involves the grid side and the off-grid side. So UECCC is doing the financial intermediation for energy access, but for the off-grid part. On-grid we tackle, but not so much. So we are basically off-grid, and that's why we fall so much on productive uses of renewable energy. So maybe to go straight to the opportunities for investment readiness. So we have realized and learned also that as we implement this project, especially on the side of productive uses of renewable energy, that appliances which are powered by solar or solar-powered renewable energy appliances, for example, solar-powered irrigation, then appliances that help in agro-processing, such as milling machines, then also cold chain or cold storage, solar drying. So such appliances are already at scale and can attract investment at any time because of the, of course, the opportunities that have revealed themselves, especially based on climate changes. I think you may realize that, like at this time, we're supposed to have very heavy rains and the planting season, but that is slowly deteriorating, meaning that we have to come in with irrigation means and ensure that they take on. And as we well know that this country, between 65 to 70% of the population get a living from agriculture. So we need to, so these technologies basically become a potential investment readiness. So we have also, of course, from the implementation part, we have learned that the demand is really there, and it has grown over time. From the time we started implementing, as I talk, we have about 6,000 verified productive use of renewable energy appliances that have been installed by about 40 companies that we partner with. But basically, those ones have been installed both largely on our flagship program or scheme, which is called the Results-Based Financing, RBF in bracket, where by companies deliver end user subsidy. They deliver subsidies to the end users, and then upon verification, UCCC pays the companies the subsidy part, and our productive use of renewable energy appliances are at a subsidy of 60%. So this program is almost similar to the microscale irrigation program, though that the microscale was at 75%, but ours is at 60%, and it is targeting the low people, especially in rural areas. The program is being implemented countrywide, including in refugee communities. So to really deal with issues of affordability, I know that Madam Cow, you talked about affordability, that people cannot afford, who is the target farmer. When we designed the RBF program, we also included other blended financing mechanisms, such as credit support financing, where we provide lines of credit to the financial institutions, like I had alluded to, that they are our partners. So they have some financial institutions. We have partnered with about 40 financial institutions to date in Uganda. These include, of course, commercial banks, microfinance institutions, and SACCOs, which also include my sister here from Equity Bank. So at least about 15 financial institutions have accessed financing or lines of credit from UCCC. So when companies go to sell to deliver these subsidies at 60%, so they deliver. If the end user is not able to pay the balance of 40%, they can also be referred to financial institutions so that they can do, the co-financing can be done by a credit facility from a financial institution, so that they are able to address the affordability challenges that may come. So I think I've addressed the readiness to investment, the proof that there's demand. I submit.
Thank you, Fred. I'm still with you. Very interesting numbers. Take a note of this. There's a lot that you can contribute to this partnership. What, from your experience and the performance you've seen by now with the 15 financial institutions, with the model that you're using? So first, just a line or so on the model that you see is working, and then two, what the top 2-3 constraints are within that model. Perhaps it's not 100% performing now, but what are you seeing? Over to you.
Thank you so much, moderator. So of the financing models that we have, the results-based financing model, of course, has given us more numbers because there's a co-financing and a huge percentage of the financing that is out there for the end users. But for the credit financing, where lines of credit are provided for financial institutions to on-lend to end users, the model has not picked so well because on itself, running on independently is a little bit complicated because the nitty-gritty is that most financial institutions still do the traditional collateral requirements where they require property, land, and other things. So that one is not moving very fast. But slowly but surely, we are also engaging financial institutions that's where they can take on other means such as cash flow based financing based on cash flows, and also other mechanism that are there which really give opportunities to the end users to be able to pick. So in answering this question, the model really, RBF model has really provided numbers, and we still believe it is going to continue picking as the awareness continues to be created amongst the members of the public and end users.
Thank you so much, Fred. That's very helpful. Now moving on to Equity Bank. I'm sure a couple of things that Fred was mentioning resonate very well with you. Can you give us some insights on the actual constraints that you see in terms of absorption of whatever facility that you've been given, whether it's through UECCC or your own programs and initiatives? What is preventing finance and investment from moving at the speed that we want it to move in? Is it the risks? If it is the risk, what risks from your experience? Is it the data issues? Is it regulatory? Is it that the models are not very well defined and articulated? Please, Virginia.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name, again, Virginia Semakula, the Manager for Energy, Environment and Climate Change at Equity Bank, where we look at how do we use our natural resources in a sustainable way so that the future generations will also benefit. Part of my role is to ensure that we extend access to clean energy in all forms: solar, cooking, water and sanitation, climate smart agri. So this speaks greatly to part of the work that I do. Access to finance. Really, like my colleague from UECCC mentioned, capital is available, both from donor partners, development partners, on a grand scale. How easy is it for a customer to access the technology? We still are a regulated body. Our greatest mandate is to keep depositors' money safe. So the risks are high when we look at the technologies we are trying to promote. Affordability is an issue. It is the smallholder farmers, for example, the technology suppliers. They cannot afford the upfront costs. We heard from the audience that even the small commitment of, say, 20% is very difficult for them to access. So what do the technology suppliers do? They extend the credit, which also limits their operations because their money is tied in the technology that they've given to the customer. Take, for example, a maize miller in Mbale who may require a solar-powered maize milling system of about 30 million, and he doesn't have that 20% initial deposit. The bank is going, for regulatory reasons, is going to require you to bring your cash flow. Documentation is very key. If you cannot show how you're going to pay back, the money will stay seated in the financial institution. So it's not that the financial institutions are not willing to invest. into these technologies. The technology works, as Tulima Solar has mentioned. They are offering after-sales support. Equity Bank has solutions for that. We have end-user financing, where you can come in and take a facility to buy a water pump, to buy an irrigation kit, to buy a lighting system, whatever it is. But we still need and are required by law for you to justify or to show that you'll be able to pay. And if you've not had your records proper, they know they need the technology, but some of them are informal. They don't have audited books, for example. But we are required to have audited books to support that facility. So how can we prepare this farmer to be able to access commercial credit? At what level is he? Does he need a blended facility? Does he need an impact investment? At what level are they? In my line of work, I've been able to work with technology suppliers to extend end-user financing. However, one of the challenges we faced is, and how this end-user financing works is, we have an MOU with, say, Tulima Solar. I will pay Tulima Solar to deliver the technology to the customer to avoid issues of diverting the funds. One of my deliverables is to show that the green investment is actually green, that money was not diverted. So to reduce that risk, we work with the technology supplier, give you the financing upfront as a customer, but it's paid to Tulima Solar, for example. Now, my ask of Tulima Solar will be, in case of a default, what do I do? I've already paid you. So the technology supplier will say, oh, I'll go back and support you to get the technology, resell it, and then pay back for the customer. But the experience has not been as that. We've tried it, we've piloted it. So what measures can we put in place in case of a default? Financing a single farmer is very expensive to monitor that loan. But if they're aggregated together, maybe in producer groups or in circles, in groups, it makes it a lot easier for us to extend the financing to them. You've all seen the risks that are associated with agriculture, for example, the weather risks, climate variability. Someone just mentioned we were waiting for rain, it hasn't yet come. You've extended a facility to this customer genuinely, but the rains have not come. So what do we do in that case? How does insurance come in to support the lenders? Because at the end of the day, the regulator will come for us if we cannot show that we were able to save the depositors' money. So facilities like risk sharing and guarantees come in to support this. But what are the conditions? You'll give me money and say, lend in your usual lending way. I'm definitely going to ask for collateral. So some things have to be softened, but it's not just upon the financial institution, it has to be across the board. What is acceptable to the regulator? What can we do? What can we live with? And then that comes in to support us. Insurance, at what point does insurance come in? Someone did mention insurance. You've heard that an agro-processing plant which didn't have power, but you've extended a facility to a producer who's hoping to deliver to that power plant, and then he's not able to deliver. So what do we do? So whereas the farmers will see the opportunity, as financiers we shall see the risk. The question to us in this table or room is, how do we close that gap? It's very easy for us to work with aggregators, circles, groups, and I remember a scenario where I traveled with one of our development partners, and These circles are saying, oh, we don't have money, we don't have capital. And I said, let's go to the ground and understand what exactly do they need. I said, oh no, we actually have our money. But what do they need? What's the actual need of the people on the ground? So we finance the portfolios and the value chains more easily than individual farmers. I've mentioned the limited data. If I, as a farmer, I take on a refrigeration, a solar cooling system, what is the return on that investment? How long will it take me to pay back? So I need to understand as a financial institution. And the farmer themselves have to understand that when I invest in a solar cooling system, what income am I generating to support me to finance that facility? So we need to look at the productivity gains from that technology. The repayment performance has to be very clear. Climate resilience outcomes. And then, of course, a show in revenue growth. That way it becomes easier to mobilize commercial financing. Another issue would probably be the business model. The business model not tallying with what you're requesting for as a borrower. The technology is not the problem at this point. We've heard that it is of good quality, and I've worked with some of the companies here in different programs. And the challenge lies in the business model and how it's being deployed. So if the technology is working and they fail to secure markets, how will they pay back? So we need to look at the business model 360 degrees so that way we have strong models that create bankable opportunities. So that said, I submit.
Thank you so much, Virginia. Just a follow-up. What opportunities do you still have to do a bit more to partner with other entities that can share some of the risks you've mentioned? In terms of, I see a lot of hand-holding still needed. There are entities that can do that part. What frameworks do you have that, let's say, in the next 30 to 60 days, we can follow up on?
I think the quickest win right here is sitting here with me. Okay. He did mention that he has a pipeline.
Okay.
And funny enough, we had an earlier meeting, and because of this, I wasn't able to engage him. But looking at the pipeline, how ready is that pipeline? We mentioned they are ready to take on financing, but are they actually ready? Are they willing to take on commercial? They may be looking for a grant or a blended kind of financing. So I think in the next 30 days, I'd like to reach out to some of the suppliers of Pure, try to understand what their need is, and probably visit some of those so that we can profile and see what the actual need is for the farmers or the pipeline that we are saying. And that way, we'll be able to use the lines of credit that we get from our funders like UECCC. Because initially when we got UECCC funding, it was for the end user. However, they opened it up because it was easier for the company to reach the end user than it was for Equity Bank. That said, I think sitting together and identifying where the loopholes are, what are the gaps, and what, as a financial institution, we can come in, what is our role to play there, and the willingness of the borrower, we should be able to close some of those gaps. And we've seen that work, and see how best do we work with the technology suppliers, how best do we work with the development partners, what part are they doing? I'll speak for Equity. We have financial inclusion and enterprise development. It's also brought about to reduce the risk of lending to those segments, the women, the youth. So who's offering financial literacy and enterprise development? There are some organizations, for example, there's the EU project, UGEFA. They are doing the capacity building, the hand holding, 3 to 6 months training, and then open it up to financial institutions that have the risk appetite for whichever sector has been presented to us. So those are some of the opportunities that we could ride on to reduce the risk on the side of the financial institutions, but also let's not forget to build the capacity of the financial institutions to appreciate the ever-evolving technologies that are upcoming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Virginia. I'm going to give you just one homework, but you'll answer it at the end in your final remarks. The effect or the impact or the potential positive impact of ESG. The ESG requirement for banks, is it still voluntary? Is it now a must? Is there capacity building happening in the financial sector? How is that going to help us gain more impact?
Okay.
But now our time is running, and I've saved the Commissioner for the last question before we allow the audience to make their contributions. So, Mr. Peter, it's again an honor to have you here with us, and your question is direct on the regulatory space. What public and regulatory action is necessary, and which institutions do you think should take lead on what? Then in the next 30 to 60 days, what more can we do? We're already doing a lot with the Ministry of Agriculture, and it's really, really nice that we have contact persons, we have interventions, we have an open door there. But what more can we do? What can we follow through in the next 30 to 60 days with the ministry? You're welcome, Mr. Peter.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Again, I want to thank the colleagues here for bringing out clearly the various opportunities that really exist. I want to say that as a country, we are moving in the right direction. Regenerative agriculture and the productive use of renewable energy is not fully integrated in our laws and regulations. But I also want to say that it is being pushed in several ways, holistically, with a number of partners, a number of ministries, departments and agencies, all together trying to converge different government actions together. But with that said, also, allow me break that question into two. And I will also want to speak a little onto a few actions or regulatory aspects that we are seeing government is implementing through its MDAs. One of it is to say that under the NDP4, which is running from 2025-2026 to 2029-2030, renewable energy and regenerative agriculture have been prioritized. They have been prioritized for agro-industrialization, for rural industrialization, with a target of reducing the biomass from over 75% to way below 50% by 2030. So I want to say that there is a deliberate cause, and with this instrument and framework in place, we are able to provide an enabling environment where all partners can come in, where government can also strategically bring out all its actions with a development process in place. Of course, we know that there is need to decentralize this through the various district local governments. And again, as you heard from Sula, from Iganga, local governments act as key collaborators. It is where all what we are talking about happens. It is the implementation center. So with priority under the NDP4, we also expect that some of these actions are well streamlined in the district development programs, their plans, and they are able to implement some of these interventions that we are speaking about. But of course, the other thing is around the flagship integration programs. And just a basic example here is the Power for Food Partnership that we are having today. It is one of those programs which we are looking at to streamline and also implement some of these interventions clearly. And again, a person will ask whether this is a government program. Yes, it is, in one way or the other, because we know that SNV, IKEA Foundation, are largely implementing this and funding it, but they are doing this together with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, together with our colleagues, MEMD, who are implementing this. So this shows that government has officially adopted the RA Pure into its development process. And again, through policy dialogues like this, through putting together policy statements, we are able to bring on board a number of stakeholders. We are able to cascade some of these interventions to the farmers, to the cooperatives down there, but also to the various implementing entities at the lower levels. The other one, of course, is around the large-scale public investments in solar irrigation. As you are aware, the government has been running the micro-scale irrigation program in collaboration with MAAIF and World Bank. The program, since 2020, has served a number of farmers. And of course, our target has been 2.5 acres, a farmer that has 2.5 acres. And it has been operational in about 135 districts. We know that it has been a co-fund program where a farmer pays about 25% and government pays the balance for the solar systems. But we also know that this is not enough, because you realize that there are a number of challenges. One of them being the co-fund aspect of it. The farmers still complain that the co-fund is still high compared to what they are supposed to put. But we've also identified in the room, you've heard a number of people speak about other challenges. Insecurity in one way or the other, systems are being stolen, but also we find that there are challenges around the water sources, where we are supposed to tap the water, draw them into the garden, and we use them. But these are interventions that the government has spearheaded, and they are in place. I know that there is a mega solar-powered water supply and irrigation system that has been brought on board and promoted by Ministry of Water and Environment. I think together with the UK Export Finance, they had the first phase, and currently, as we speak right now, there is a second phase. And this is being looked at as a climate adaptation technology. You know, aware that there is increasing dependence on rainfall agriculture. But with this aspect in place, it is also combating the over-dependency on water for production. The Ministry of Agriculture and relevant ministries, Ministry of Energy, Mineral Development, and Ministry of Water and Environment, I know that collaboratively, we've also been able to develop policies and strategies that address some of the bottlenecks under the RA Pure. And I know that we've worked with a number of partners and stakeholders here. We've worked with Nogamu, we've worked with SNV, we've worked with the UNAFE and all the other partners in trying to come together to put in place some of these policies in place. Maybe an example is the National Organic Agriculture Policy. I'm aware that we're also developing a National Organic Agriculture Bill. I'm also aware that we are developing a National Agroecology Strategy. And when you look at them in entirety, we're also speaking at issues around regenerative agriculture, sustainable farming systems, climate smart agriculture, among others. So really, in a nutshell, as government, I want to say that we are currently moving the RAP forward via a number of project financing and policy statement, and there is still room and need for integrating the regulations at all levels to ensure that we move together. But of course, with that said, I know that we still need some few actions. As you hear from the discussants here, there are quite critical regulations and policy actions that we need to take on. And as you rightly asked us, as MAAIF, what more? As government, what more could we do after here? One of the strategic things is to try and create an RA policy mandate or coordination desk at all levels, from the national level up to the district level. And again, I want to thank the Power for Food project that it has started this discussion. I know that we've had a number of interministerial committee meetings where we are trying to develop platforms like this, and we are able to dialogue, deliberate, and see how we can strategically implement some of these interventions. It's work on progress with a number of multi-sectoral partners, but trust me, if you asked us as government, I think this is one of the best mechanisms where we are able to integrate these aspects, regulate them, provide policy environments that can really speak to some of the challenges around this. And of course, I know that also, in terms of investment priority, that's why you're seeing the Uganda Investment Authority here. A number of RA Puri products have not been prioritized on the code list of Uganda Investment Authority for tax incentives. You know, you're talking about bringing a solar irrigation system free of charge, but they are again taxing other components of the system. This is not clear. If we are looking at it in that arrangement, then as government, together with the partners, we need to provide a holistic package where we can have these on the lists and we can guide each other, inclusive of URA, to have these incentives cut across the entire system. But the other key aspect also is to de-risk productive use of technologies through standards and import regime. The problem here is that 30 to 40% of our solar pumps and solar dryers in Uganda fail in the first 18 months. They fail in the first 18 months. Why? Because we don't do a lot of quality enforcements. We don't do a lot of quality enforcements. The other aspect is really looking at the import duty on complete solar sold cold rooms, which is about 25%, while the diesel generators are at 0%. So with all this into play, we need to work together with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. We need to work together with ERA to try and change this, to try and put in place good guidelines where we are able to address some of these challenges in the sector. And I think that by doing this, we are able even to extend 0% import duty and VAT exemption currently for the solar panels alone, but also to other systems like the pumps, like the controller, which we keep on taxing at the same time. The other one is around the regulating organized demand, the aggregation being legal. And again, we've seen this every time we take these interventions to the cooperatives, because also promoting the RA Puri interventions, you'll need some bit of good number of farmers, perhaps maybe 50 to 100, 50 to 100, well organized in a cooperative, and you're able to disseminate these technologies around them. So looking at these aggregations and looking at the demand for milling, for cold storage, irrigation, these are all high investment technologies. And you're not just going to give them to one smallholder farmer and you think you've solved the problem. So you need to target all the other aspects of the people. Of course, we know that the current Cooperative Act doesn't allow cooperatives to own and operate energy assets or even sell solar to the members. Again, these are some of the bottlenecks which we need to address, which we need to change through the Power for Food program or project. We need to look at this, see how we harmonize together with all the stakeholders, whether it means trying to amend, for example, the Cooperative Societies Law. We amend it such that we can see these people doing all the packages or the interventions simultaneously. Of course, the other aspect is also looking at the district local government ordinances. This is also important, where we require at least the districts to take these conversations to the lowest level, the villages where the farmers are. And again, this can be piloted in districts that are already participating in some of these interventions. So for me, these are going to be very key actions and regulations that we are going to consider. Looking at the key actors who are to implement this, of course, they are core ministries, but again, it is going to be a holistic approach.
Yes.
Ministries like Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries are very key. Ministry of Energy, Mineral Development, they are very key. Ministry of Water and Environment, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning, because you're looking at investment, you're looking at financing, we need them on board. NARO, the National Agricultural Research Organization, some of these technologies we are talking about, we need them to be generated by research, test them before we disseminate them to the people who are going to use them. And of course, a lot of other MDAs that could be important, maybe NEMA, among others. These are going to be very key in spearheading this agenda. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. That was very exhaustive, and I see a number of entries and potential opportunity to follow up discussions with you and the ministry. Thank you. So our time, is not fast spent, but well spent. And I want to just give the few minutes left, not more than 5 minutes, to have some contributions from the audience. I'm going to be a bit biased to manage time. So we'll have about 3, each a minute, and in that minute, present a contribution, an opportunity, or a solution. We've had a fair number of minutes on the challenges and the constraints. Just present, if it's your entity, a contribution, a proposition, a solution from your perspective. And I want to give one opportunity to GIZ, Victoria, but you can come last. First to the lady over here. I know GIZ has done a lot of work with RBFs, and from your experience, we can learn a lot. But let's start with the lady here. In a minute.
Thank you. I'm Florence Nasuna from AXA. My question goes to the gentleman of Tulima Solar and UECCC. We have done extensive sensitization among our farmers on the adoption and scaling of RAPUA. But our biggest challenge now is on the access to a variety of the pure solutions. So my question is, to what extent does Tulima Solar have a last mile distribution and service network across Uganda? Tulima Solar and UECCC, because if you have farmers ready demanding, but we actually have only sun culture, mostly. Can we have a variety and easily accessible? Thank you.
Thank you. The next. Yes, the lady in front of Victoria. 1 minute, please. Make your contribution, a suggestion.
Thank you very much. I'm just contributing to Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Peter Damuzungu's submission. Yeah, one of the things should we try to, in Uganda, most of the agricultural population is the youth. So we need to train these people in farming as a business. And as we've always heard, our president is encouraging people not to work for their stomach. Where he says don't work for Echida Chonka. So we should really try to train people in doing farming as a business, whereby we should train them in financial management, business plan making. Then also, we should try to make agriculture digital and technology driven. In this era, most of the things, especially the youth, they can get this kind of information through their digital platforms. Then also, I think we should try to get stronger links to the markets, whereby producer groups and circles can be formed. And in this issue also, the Ministry of the MT can be brought on board, because they are responsible for forming those circles and farmer groups. Then also the gender. Most of the farmers are usually the ladies, and Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development can also be brought on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have Victoria from GIZ. She's right behind you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary Susan, and also to the panelists for the great contributions. I think from the GIZ side, not much to add. I think most of the colleagues covered it well, but one thing that came to mind after Dr. Damuzungu's submission is where also we need to make these linkages. Virginia from Equity Bank had talked about the green lending products that they're offering, and also the risks that they see as financial institutions, asking us that can we aggregate these farmers and bring them forward for these RAPUA technologies. But something Mr. Damuzungu mentioned raised a flag in my mind. The banks are looking for more of these aggregated entities, while MAAIF is also cognizant that the current Cooperatives Act doesn't allow these farmer cooperatives to own these assets or to properly manage them. So I think in terms of also what the peers from MAAIF and Dr. Brian tasked us for today, I think that can be one of the areas that we really take note of from this session on how we can close those investment pathways bottlenecks. Because if the banks are ready to offer that financing, but the Act and the cooperatives on ground cannot meaningfully or sustainably maintain and operate those technologies, I think that's where we can also try and bridge that gap, whether that's through criteria under RBFs or other financing mechanisms. But if we are looking at scale in the sector, I think what also came out from this panel that links to the first one is the importance of awareness and using these district structures to really help in terms of uptake. We appreciate the efforts under the UACCC Scale Up program, but I think we are also seeing, and also from some of the feedback from our partners, and a request I think I had here saying, okay, we would like to see more technologies or varieties available, and some of the users may not be fully aware of some of these other government programs and how they can try and tap into them. So I've also taken note of that we, as much as we launch these programs and we are here in this room talking about them, we also need to not only take this on ground, but allocate resources to do that, because if we are to raise awareness at community level for any of these type of programs, that needs also additional resources, additional time, and additional engagement with these district structures, CSOs, and others. So those are a few that I took note of, but I also have others. But again, thanks to the team here. And I also recognize those collaborations between Nogamu and the other partners in terms of elements of how do we integrate not only energy and RA pure technologies, but into these other agricultural policies. So I've also taken note there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. We have really run out of time, and I'm seeing her eyes on the edge here. I don't know whether she'll accept. And interestingly, she's the same lady with the final comment. Should we allow her? Okay, please go ahead. 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for me, I'm listening to all these presentations, and as a cow, I'm thinking about my farmers. I've worked as a cow for 20 years now. I've interacted with my farmers. I think we are ignoring the aspect of social and cultural challenges and dynamics, you know, back home there in the villages, where we work in local governments. And we are here, most of us work in offices. We work from Monday to Friday. We are there, we have technical people, so and so is in charge of this. But this farmer here, or the farmers who are financially stable, you require time. You need certain basic skills. You are working with human beings, and most of the labor force, you know, they are basic, they are raw. And you cannot do farming from a distance. For example, I am here and I have my farm in Kiriandongo, but I am a cow, and then I am on telephone, I'm coordinating from a distance, and then I hear my sisters here from the banks, the conditions that are required for you to be facilitated, to be supported, you know, with all this solar equipment. There's a disconnect. There's really a disconnect, and I think that is where we have a problem. There are the initial investments that are required. If I have a farm in Kiriandongo, I must have a toilet, I must have a small house, I should be able to keep people there, and they wake up in the morning and they do the work. But if I'm going to get this raw labor, the small labor force, and they have to commute, and they have families, and they also have their small gardens. When you need them, they are coming in at 10, at 11. we need to get back to the basics. There is a disconnect. So as I listen, I'm asking myself, really, do we have all this in mind? Are we considerate about these small issues and dynamics back home? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kao. And how do we move from what we know to where we need to be? So thank you for those inputs. I think we have come to the end of this panel session. It's been very beautiful. There's a lot of conversations that we need to continue with, and I want to encourage us, as Carlos mentioned earlier, we don't need to come back to a room like this for us to continue following up and working on some of the aspects that we've spoken of for the next 30 days, 60 days. We are with each other anyway, so let's continue those discussions. Of course, we'll also work with the Power for Food program to follow up, and the sessions are being recorded so we can do proper knowledge extraction of what we've generated here. But thank you so much. I just want to give, I think, UECCC to Lima to say, just in a minute, a response to the first question so that we are fair, and then we shall close. Let's start with UECCC.
Thank you very much. Now, about the access to variety of pure solutions, with UECCC, I think for now we have about 6 technologies that we are supporting, but those ones are supported under the reserve-based financing. Of recently, we have added solar dryers. We have solar water pumping and irrigation. We have cold storage or refrigeration. We have milling machines supported by solar. We have water heaters. We have, so some of those technologies we have added solar dryers. But now, where the challenge of variety comes in is, because when this program was designed and it is funded by the World Bank through the government of Uganda, the emphasis is on standards. So what we do in most cases, we study the technologies to see what is in the market, what is marketable. Then we also see the companies that are selling. Even when we are recruiting companies to work with, we have over 88 companies, but about 40 are doing pure solutions. So we take them through a technical review committee with Uganda National Bureau of Standards. We also do a business and financial evaluation to ensure that, first of all, companies are selling high quality products, and also companies also they are just not briefcase companies, to protect the consumer. So after assessing that, we provide that information. So we deal with only accredited companies and also accredited service products, which we know there is market, and those products also have standards which we can trace. But currently we are going to do a market study to add more products on the program, and I want to assure you that we are going to have a variety, because the market study will be soon, and we shall have a variety of programs to make sure that we continue delivering to the much needed products throughout the country.
Thank you so much, Fred. Yes, Bob?
Okay, just in addition to Fred, as an organization, we are a bit slow as far as expansion is concerned, and that is simply because our decisions are really data-based. But of course, when a request comes in where a customer needs a product, of course, as a business, we'll go in there and be able to deliver. Our turnaround time is always between 7 days to 14, and that is simply because there is other activities that have to be undertaken for this product to reach this specified customer. So you realize that at inception, where we've been so much concentrating, which is now in the northern area where drought has been high, we have managed to establish 4 service centers that are supporting the ongoing activities. We have slow progress as we are now looking at expanding more and have more service centers in the west and in the eastern, but that is all based on data showing us that there is too much more need as far as North and West Nile is concerned, basing on the data, and of course also availability of the water sources. Our product work, there has to be one key requirement, which is a water source. And then also looking at the kind of customers we are really focusing on. Yes, as much as we may do large scale and medium scale, but the biggest uptake is from the smallholder farmers, whom we really give a much more priority because of the financial gap that they're having. Otherwise, of course, we're always looking at expansion, and we are moving, though at a slow speed, but then we'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. And with that, we've come to the actual end of this panel session. A big round of applause. Virginia, I'm going to follow up with you on ESG. It might take another 10 minutes. But do you want to say something? 1 minute.
Just to quickly speak about the ESG framework. It has been rolled out by Uganda Bankers Association in partnership with Bank of Uganda. So what is ESG? Environmental, social, and governance framework. Beyond lending to businesses, we are looking at what is your impact on the environment. So whereas we used to just lend money, go do your business, bring it back, we are being required to report on environmental issues because that will impact your business sustainability. If NEMA comes, we've seen buildings that were put down by NEMA, and if you got a financial offering from a bank, you're going to default on that loan because NEMA has shut you down. So the environmental issues are very key. Social, are you treating your staff fairly? Or what are those social elements around your community? Then the governance of your business. So banks have now integrated it into their lending policies, and that is why some of the documentation is a lot. And it is still mandatory, but we are preparing for, it's still voluntary, but we are preparing for mandatory reporting as a risk to our portfolios. So when you see financial institutions coming to ask you a little more beyond just the money you've requested for, it is a regulatory compliance. And yes, we are getting training from UBA and Bank of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Virginia. One final round of applause for the excellent panelists. It's been an interesting session, very insightful. And again, another round of applause for all of us for this patience you have displayed. Just a few minutes, I believe, to lunch. So let us take a group photo. Please rise up, the panelists, as we leave. And Mildred, thank you for being kind to me. I will always remember that. Welcome back.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. As a farmer, I am also biased. So if we're having conversations about agri-food systems, agriculture, it becomes very hard to even look at my watch or something like that. But these are very important conversations because food is a part of us. I talked about agriculture earlier on and the nexus with life. Without agri-food systems, we would never be alive. So it's been very, very great having such conversations, seeing what private entities are doing, seeing what government is doing, seeing how we get to partner together. So we're going to have our lunch. I know part of our panelists did not get their coupons, but please, your coupons are at the registration desk as we get out. We're going to have lunch quickest way possible because we have quite a number of serving points. And being that we've gone a little bit late, I know there will be free space for us to have lunch in about 30 to 40 minutes. And then after that, we're all going to come back. Now, the afternoon is not as packed. The afternoon is going to be more about engagements, reflecting on what we've learned. There are no panels, no talking. It's going to be about us all together. So I kindly encourage that we all come back after lunch. Should be about a few minutes past 3, latest 3:30, we should be back. And we should be able to use about 45 minutes after, in the afternoon, or maximum an hour, and we'll be done, because we need to synthesize these. And I know there's so many questions that needed to be answered that we're not able to because of time. So kindly let's all go have lunch. It's in the basement, so if you're fit enough or you still want some workout, you can use the stairs. Just slope down to the basement. If you feel like, nah, I just need to be a bit lazy, you can as well use the elevator to the basement. So let's go have lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Let's all be back by latest 3:30 and then be able to continue and have the last part of our conversation. Bon appetit and God bless you as you have your lunch, right? Okay.
Nima ennima etaali ngunjulemu kulika Uganda n'ensanga nga nnima ennima ya bulijjo ng'abalala balima naye ng'okulima kwange sifunamu. Kulika Uganda n'entwala n'ensomesa, yamala okunsomesa n'enkomawo n'enkyusa ennima gye nali nnima. Amazzi gano ga sola, okeera ku makya n'oteekako pampu n'ekuba amazzi ne gajja ku maanyi g'enjuba, amazzi tanka nejjula, then n'okola ki? N'okola irrigation.
Kagugube Fred, a farmer who once depended entirely on unpredictable rains, today he farms confidently year-round, powered by solar irrigation and regenerative agriculture.
Omuti guno luli nagujjangako oluusi kilo emu nga sirina mazzi era nga sinnasoma, naye kati omuti guno nsobola okugujjako kilo 5 kubanga nasomesebwa ebigimusa ekisokera ddala nti biri cheap bya bwerere, mbikola bukozi mu muddo siteeka musingi. Ekyokubiri nti nenyongerako omutindo gwa solar pump n'amazzi nago gali cheap nnyo. Kakati mu kifo ky'okufuna kilo emu omuti ngufunako kilo meka?
With support from Kulika, Uganda, Fred adopted regenerative practices, including the use of organic manure, biopesticides, and soil and water conservation, which created a strong foundation for the later pure intervention.
Participatory Ecological Land Use Management, Uganda, is a coalition of civil society organizations and a few individuals who are striving to improve the lives of smallholder farmers using agroecological means. We do help the farmer from the production, post-harvest handling, marketing, up to consumption. The small-scale farmers we are dealing with could not adequately access the energy that was on the market. So renewable energy comes in as an effective way of accessing energy for productive resources. Times have changed and the clock cannot turn back. You cannot produce using rudimentary methods, but using energy you can do much more than you were doing without energy. So the small-scale farmers should embrace fully renewable energy and use it to produce, use it to store, use it to refrigerate, use it to improve their access to market, their incomes, their nutrition, and ultimately their livelihoods.
Together, we can scale this change across Uganda, building resilient farms and resilient futures. In Luweero, women farmers are rewriting the future of agribusiness, building thriving organic enterprises powered by renewable energy, strategic leadership, and a bold vision to compete across regional and global markets.
OGAM is the voice and leader of the organic industry in Uganda. We've been in existence since 2001, so we've just celebrated our 25th anniversary. And we are a proud partner of the Power for Food program, which is a program that is focusing on the nexus between renewable energy and regenerative agriculture, and our point of entry is organic agriculture. We also work very well with SMEs such as Sulma Foods. Sulma Foods is our member. We've been with Sulma Foods for the last 20 years, and we've supported Sulma Foods in different ways, from training the farmers that are supplying Sulma to supporting them with technology acquisition for the solar drying facility, but also access to market.
Salma is a farmer and entrepreneur whose business processes fruits, herbs, and spices using solar-powered drying technology.
At Sulma, we believe in enhancing and protecting the environment. So we are so keen into in agriculture in terms of organic farming. We have a plant that is solar, a solar hybrid plant that does drying of fruits and vegetables. So we use solar majorly because, first of all, it's a conservation of energy, and then it's clean energy, and it's cheap energy, yeah. At the same time, it is friendly to the environment.
By combining organic agricultural practices with renewable energy technology, the business has transitioned, improving product consistency, lowering production costs, and meeting regional and international market standards.
One of the major challenges that we are facing currently in terms of scaling, I'll look at it in terms of our capacity. At the moment, we are producing like a ton per month of dried fruits, that is dried pineapple, banana, and jackfruit. But we would love to do more than that because the market out there is huge, especially the organic market. So we are having challenges in that because the kind of technology we are using is a bit old-fashioned. Of course, they are now better in terms of the machinery. So we'd love to have a machinery that will give us a huge or better capacity to grow. Of course, what does this translate? If we are able to produce more, then the farmers also will enjoy a lot more because we work with farmer groups. We buy from them, we certify them in terms of organic certification. So when we scale up, at the same time, the community will benefit.
With the integration of raw, pure approaches, increasing production efficiency and quality, the business is more competitive to serve regional and export markets while providing employment opportunities, especially for women.
Nogami is like family to us. We have had a relationship with them long. I'm talking of over 20 years, yeah? We've really been a very strong member, and they've been really good partners. We've worked with them strongly in very various activities, training, exposures, yeah? So we've benefited from them in terms of market networks, yeah, as far as going for biofarms and all that. We've benefited in terms of, we started the organic market at Zambia. We have an organic market there on Saturday at Caritas, hosted by Caritas. So we've had a tremendous relationship with Nogamo.
Scaling women-led agribusinesses requires better access to finance, business services, and affordable, raw, pure solutions. With Power for Food and its partners, we practices work together to transform a farmer's livelihood. This is the journey of Mr. Kagugube Fred, a farmer in Mityana district supported by Kulika, a member organization of Pelham Uganda and a partner under the Power for Food Partnership program in Uganda.
Natandika nga nima ennima etaali ngunjulemu. Kulika Uganda n'ensanga nga nnima ennima ya bulijjo ng'abalala balima naye ng'okulima kwange sifunamu. Kulika Uganda n'entwala n'ensomesa. Yamala okunsomesa n'enkomawo n'enkyusa ennima gye nali nnima. Amazzi gano ga sola. Okeera ku makya n'oteekako pampu n'ekuba amazzi ne gajja ku maanyi g'enjuba, amazzi tanka n'ejjula, then n'okola ki? N'okola irrigation.
Kagugube Fred, a farmer who once depended entirely on unpredictable rains, today he farms confidently year-round, powered by solar irrigation and regenerative agriculture.
Omuti guno luli nagujjangako oluusi kiremu nga sirina mazzi era nga sinnasoma naye kati omuti guno nsobola okuggyako kilo 5 kubanga nasomesebwa ebigimusa ekisokera ddala nti biri cheap bya bwerere mbikola bukozi mu muddo siteeka musingi. Ekyokubiri nti nenyongerako omutindo gwa solar pump n'amazzi nago gali cheap nnyo. Kakati mu kifo ky'okufuna kilo emu omuti ngufunako kilo meka?
With support from Kulika Uganda, Fred adopted regenerative practices, including the use of organic manure, biopesticides, and soil and water conservation, which created a strong foundation for the later pure intervention.
Participatory Ecological Land Use Management, Uganda, is a coalition of civil society organizations and a few individuals who are striving to improve the lives of smallholder farmers using agroecological means. We do help the farmer from the production, post-harvest handling, marketing, up to consumption. The small-scale farmers we are dealing with could not adequately access the energy that was on the market. So renewable energy comes in as an effective way of accessing energy for productive resources. Times have changed and the clock cannot turn back. You cannot produce using rudimentary methods, but using energy you can do much more than you were doing without energy. So the small-scale farmers should embrace fully renewable energy and use it to produce, use it to store, use it to refrigerate, use it to improve their access to market, their incomes, their nutrition, and ultimately their livelihoods.
Together, we can scale this change across Uganda, building resilient farms and resilient futures. In the heart of Mpigi district, a powerful agricultural innovation and practice is taking shape. At the Nature and Creativity for the Future Generation Farm, renewable energy and regenerative agriculture are driving real productivity gains for farmers. This innovation is supported by AXA, one of the partners for the Power for Food Partnership program in Uganda.
Our organization started in 2018, and our vision was to promote sustainable use of natural resources in order to protect the environment and promote income-generating activities. So the mission is to help the farmers in promoting sustainable agriculture. So that's what we do. And we have a number of groups of farmers. We have around right now 150 different groups, including youth groups.
This farm, using off-grid solutions and regenerative agricultural practices, has become a learning hub for farmers seeking more productive, resilient and affordable ways to grow food and rebuild soil health.
This farm shows a number of diversified enterprises. As AXA, we support our members, first of all, through advocacy and empowerment, to be able to lobby for a number of services. But above all, members are supported through exchanges and exposure learning visits of different enterprises, both regenerative, and now we have incorporated the component of renewable energy. And part of these practices, they are learned across the membership through peer-to-peer learning.
With support from AXA, the farm now serves as a living classroom, a place where knowledge flows, farmers learn, and the raw pure movement grows.
That people are dying of different illness, but some of them are caused because of what we eat. So you find that many people use a lot of chemicals in their gardens, which was not there before. So you find that this type of regenerative agriculture promotes use of available resources. You don't need to spend a lot of money to buy chemicals and put in your garden. But if you use the natural methods like fertilizers, organic fertilizers, you can retain your soil and produce good food for you and for others. And also, if you practice this organic agriculture, you can also keep the environment.
Through the initiative of Power for Food, where AXA is a partner, this is one of the member of the organizations where we are implementing this initiative. And as AXA, we are trying to connect communities to renewable solutions that address food security, income generation, regenerative agriculture, and resiliency.
We have got a variety of enterprises here at this farm. We have zero grazing cows, we have pigs, we have apiary there.
It's not going to be as long, so we just want to look at the lessons that have been taken from the previous conversations, see how we are all sweating. So I think we should turn the AC to almost negative, and then we get to see how we proceed with the next one. So Harriet, welcome.
He determined that the train was still 5 kilometers away. He immediately ordered his men to intercept it. The bandits quickly brought
thank
over
you
a bucket
so
of
much,
lard.
Mildred,
Then they
and
used brushes
good
to
afternoon,
coat the rails
everybody.
evenly. After that,
Good
they tied
afternoon.
ropes to the trees on both
I'm
sides
hoping
of the
that
train. They
Mildred
rigged a
making us
massive net
spell our
across the
names
railway line.
has
The
a little
operation
bit
was
woken us
codenamed
up. So
Project Gucci.
let me have some life.
The bandits brought out a
Well,
their
we had an
ultimate
intention
weapon, ready
of
to
doing
deliver a
breakout
deadly blow to the
sessions,
enemy.
of going into different spaces
With gold,
to enable us
speeding toward the
zoom
designated spot. Because
quite
the rails
deeper
were
into the
slick with
different
lard,
sections
the train lost
of the
traction.
panel
Its wheels began
presentations.
spinning in
But
place.
looking at how our numbers are, we are not breaking out into the different groups, but we are still maintaining the 3 groups of discussions within this space. So not to waste much time, I'll request that the team proceed. Team Harriet of AXA, you'll please move to my extreme left. We will be adding up numbers as the groups are growing. Then I'll request the middle lane from Team Susan, Dr. Susan, if you could all come on the 3rd table so that we form a group there. And then to my extreme right, we will move to where our cow is. Can I see people moving? Please, let's start moving. And the extreme left will be working group 1, and that is policy and implementation coordination. Policy implementation and coordination, you are at my extreme left, and that will still be led facilitated by Madame Harriet Nakasi and co-facilitated by NREP. I know we gave you tags and those tags had numbers, but the assumption was we would be having the anticipated numbers. Most of the people who turned up are actually in group 3. Those are our people of evidence and practices. So we are redividing the groups. So still policy and coordination, extreme left, still to be facilitated by Madame Harriet and supported by NREP or Dr. Nicholas. Then the middle lane is still in finance, markets and investment. It's still going to be led by Creek, and that is Miss Angela. Angela, your group in the middle, still under investment, finance and markets. And then on my extreme right, we still have evidence, farmers and pathways to scale, and still led by Dr. Prosi and supported by USEA or by Tulima Sola or by Miriam. We are now trying to adapt based on who is available and the numbers we have. So if we move to our groups as soon as now, then we can start. The questions will be projected, but I'll also move around and give you some handouts which has the questions. In your groups, you're going to take 15 to 20 minutes. You do not have to discuss all those questions as they are, but you are going to pick up key actions, key insights that you want to recommend to this gathering based on the panel discussions that happened in the morning. So you do not have to discuss all the questions, but reflect on them, reflect on the panel discussions, and say what are the key insights, what are the key actions, who are the key people we want to engage going forward. And if we can take 20 minutes for that engagement, then we'll come back and use 5 minutes each to present your 2 to 3 points that you would have picked from your group. Thank you so much. I'll stop talking so that the group can begin their discussions. 15 to 20 minutes in your groups. You don't have to answer all the questions. Reflect on them. Reflect on the panel discussions. Pick out key insights and recommendations to come back and present. Each group will have 5 minutes to summarize their findings. Once that is done, we'll do a call to action, and then we'll call our ministry leaders to close us out. So thank you so much. We start now, and Mildred, you're timing us. 15 minutes, 2 to 3 key insights. Thank you so much. Please project the questions in turns as I give out the handouts. Thanks.
How much?
5 minutes. So I think by now we should be consolidating our conversations. 5 more minutes for us to go. This is the point in the exam where they would say all pens down. Put your hands up, so no more writing. Anyhow, our time is really fast spent, so by now kindly requesting that we wrap up. We wrap up and get back. So let the leaders get the consolidated conversations. Let the leaders get the consolidated conversations so that we can have them presented. Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3 together. I am also wishing we had more and more time so we can have the conversations continue. But we are now ready for... We are ready. Team. Okay, our time is up. Hello. Carlos is going to help me time keep and get keep now that the ones have 5 more minutes. Okay, 5 more minutes just to wrap up. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 more minutes just to be able to wrap up. When I come back here, we'll do that exam thing. Pens down, hands up after 5 minutes. Let's wrap up and consolidate the ideas. in a concerted way, just like the government of Uganda has now been able to pick up the program-based approach to budgeting and implementation of government programs. We know our vision 2040. 2040 may look far, but this is 2026. We just started it the other day, and now it's almost done, yeah. This is the point where some, not all of the ladies, reach a particular age and number and you stop there. Any other year that adds, your age has stopped there, where you feel like if you stopped at 15, you remain 15 forever. If you stopped at 20, it is that one. Age is just a number after all. Huh? But for implementation, we always need to look at what has been done. So, okay, all the groups are now done, group 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much for sparing the time, staying through and engaging up to this time. And now allow me invite Mr. Akankwasa Alfred, who is the Assistant Commissioner of Fisheries Enforcement and Regulation at the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, MAAIF, which is also one of the very crucial ministries as we deal with this conversation that does come through. So, Mr. Akankwasa, Mr. Alfred Akankwasa, I think he's just stepped out a bit, yeah? He just stepped out, but he will be coming back in just a bit to do our closure, and thereafter we'll have some administrative announcements. For those of you who have been asking about pictures, please don't worry, we took very professional pictures. Len Production, Len Media has done a very wonderful job in not just organizing and making sure that everything is aligned, but they've also been able to take very beautiful pictures that we can share. Feel free, you'll be able to share them on your socials for accountability purposes, especially if you're going to be asked where you were the entire day. You can account. We were in a policy conversation about food, yeah, about investment in agri-systems. We discussed conversations about irrigation. I was discussing with one of my neighbors that I was attending a release of information from the Economic Policy Research Center when they were looking at irrigation for agri-food systems. And it was interesting, yeah, that because whereas government is looking at irrigation for smallholder farmers, who essentially would have 1 to 3 to 5 acres, the intended beneficiaries are not the ones who are receiving the irrigation systems. Why? Because even when there is a part payment between government and the private players themselves who are receiving this, the average smallholder farmer may not be able to have the upfront payment that is required by government. And also came a very important conversation, which I also think we had here, on taxes on some of the parts of some of these irrigation systems. So it was an interesting one also when someone from URA was tasked and said, but I mean, we've said we are going to subsidize, or there's going to be a tax waiver when it comes to agricultural products. And then he said, but some of the parts for the irrigation systems may be used in other systems. So how will we be sure that if we waive off, those parts will not be brought in as agricultural and then used, you know, in other ways? So it was a very interesting contrast and conversation on one hand, whereas we want to ensure that it's a low cost because we are promoting people to get into productivity and value addition, of course. As we talk about food systems, value addition becomes a very, very important aspect to be able to prolong the shelf life of many of our agricultural products. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me, let's put our hands together and invite Mr. Akankwasa Alfred, who is the Assistant Commissioner of Fisheries Enforcement and Regulation from MAAIF, to come and officially get to close this. Mr. Akankwasa, you're welcome. Let's give him some warmth. We've come to an end. After this, we'll have some tea outside and continue networking, okay? Yeah, we continue networking. Mr. Kankwasa, you're welcome.
Half of MAAIF, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you, thank the different MDAs, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Water and Environment, Minister of Energy, and all other MDAs, SNV, our financiers. We are grateful. All other agencies that have spared their time to come and be with us, we thank you. So before I give the final remarks, we still have one final activity that we are going to perform. The different groups are going to present. But as MAAIF, one of my takeaways, which is very, very critical, is provision of irrigation solar services. In MAAIF, we have a project which is providing some farmers in some districts with this service, but from my own assessment, as we move around the country, this is a service that is required all over the country. So I'm grateful and glad that today we've discussed this, and it's one of the takeaways that we are going to get from the groups. But what is also very interesting to me, which I wanted to bring out in a second group presentation, but I didn't get an opportunity. First of all, you know, we have people are talking all over about El Nino coming, September, October, November. For us in fisheries, one of our biggest output is on a small fish called mukene. Do we all know what mukene is? Mukene is the small silver fish. This silver fish has taken on the market in the last 10 years. Previously, it was regarded as fish for feeds. But for the last 10 years, the government promoted it, and it has peaked and being consumed all over. But because it peaked very fast, the people who were fishing it used unethical methods of fishing, and they were sweeping the lake. And to save the lake, the government, through the ministry, stopped this method. And when it stopped the method, the output became very low. And my worry now is, with El Nino coming, this very low fish that is produced, that is being consumed within the country, 98% or 90% of it is lost after harvest in ordinary rainy seasons. Now, when this El Nino comes, it means it is either going to be 100% or there will be no fishing at all. So if your families depend on mukene or feed on mukene, prepare yourselves not to eat mukene for the next 4 months. So this brings me to irrigation and solar drying. Mr. They called you UCCC. I've learned today that you have some money for helping this, for providing this service. We have solar, Kilimo Solar. How are you going to help us? How are you going to help these fishermen and also help the nation? Because fish is our biggest source of protein as a nation. For the poor people, for you people in town, you can, you can replace it with other things, but people in rural communities don't have that privilege. So the reason I've picked this as a takeaway is basically because it can solve our problem in Mukene. My second takeaway is access to finance. The lady from Equity has gone. But through UCC still, I've learned today that there are funds that can go into increasing production and post-harvest handling. So for me, these are my big takeaways. But as I wait for the three groups to give us a summary of what we take home to do in the next 30 to 60 days, as presented by one of our sessions, let's wait for them, and then I'll add on this one. So I want to request Madame Tuhaise to come and take us through the final sessions of group presentations in a few minutes, and then we will wrap up and agree on the way forward from here. We've discussed, we are going to summarize where are we going after here. It's something that we are going to agree in the final remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okankwasa. Let's now have our brief group presentations, the key takeaways and conversations that did come through. And yes, I'll start in, is that ascending or descending? I want to remember our English. 1 to 3 is what? Oh, I thought some people were going to say ding. You know that point in time where the last bits are the same and you're not sure. You just mention louder the last bit. Anyway, group 1 should come through. Group 1, please. Let's have your rapporteur or your chairperson come and do the presentation. Let's give a round of applause. Very briefly, what the conversations were. I did see you immersed in the discussion.
Thank you. This is group 1. My name is Marilyn Kabalere. I work with Nogamu as the head of advocacy and strategic relations. I'm honored to be presenting what came out from the discussion of group 1. The first bottleneck was on witch coordination. It came out from a number of people, and this witch coordination is at different levels, at ministerial level, at partner level, and also at interdepartmental. So one of the actions that we agreed on was something that we can do is to map out existing platforms. There are so many platforms. One of them, I gave an example of the National Climate Smart Agriculture Platform, which brings all stakeholders together. So we need to map out all these platforms and look at the gaps and be able to identify which one aligns to our interests of RA Pure Nexus. And this one, the aim of this action is, we talked about SNV, Power for Food, and we said this can be done by the end of the year. The second one, the second bottleneck is that there is no energy focal person at the district. So the action here was there is need to appoint a district energy focal person, someone within the sector, as we look at ways on how we are going to engage the districts to recruit. We know recruiting takes a long time, but they can appoint, like they appointed the organic focal person within MAAIF. And we said the person who can do this is through the CAO. If we can engage the districts where the project, the Power for Food is, these CAOs, they can appoint someone to be in charge of energy. Then the third bottleneck is lack of a national framework to operationalize RA Pure. Once there is no framework, then the money will not be budgeted for that particular nexus that we are talking about. So if there is no framework, like at the moment, we are not going to have money allocated to address the issues within this nexus. So the action we agreed on is that we need to fast track the development of an instrument to operationalize the RA Pure Nexus. And who owns this? We thought of the Office of the Prime Minister, stroke NPA, the National Planning Authority, in collaboration with NREP. And the time frame, I'm told that it's has already started, or we said by end of the year. They told us to identify 3, but we identified 4 bottlenecks. The last one is that RAPUA is not integrated in the district plans and budgets. So the action here is that we need to engage in the budget planning and budget cycle processes. But the immediate action is that we need to engage the PS of the local government to write a call circular, a budget call circular, to local governments for them to budget for the RAPUA nexus in the next financial year. We all know that if there is no call circular from the PS, the local governments will not allocate this money. So we thought that is an immediate action that we can do by end of this year, so that next year we might see something in the budget. Thank you.
I hope the action points have been noted. The group members are congratulating the presenter, I can see. Let's now have group 2, and immediately after group 2, let's just have group 3 present as we conclude. I think group 2 was more about the financing. It's very important. One thing to have all the programs right, but if no resources, and resources are not just finances themselves, but a lot of things in there, if no resources are availed, then the plans may remain on book. Let's welcome group 2, and after group 3, you'll kindly come through as well.
Thank you, Mildred, and thank you, members. I'm called Renewable. I work as Senior Agriculture Inspector in the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm from Group 2. We were looking at investments, markets, and finance. We identified the number of opportunities, and we said that solar irrigation is one of the opportunities, based on the changing weather patterns in the country. Rains are no longer dependable, and the solar irrigation facilities are available on the market, so it is an opportunity. We also looked at cold storage as another opportunity for both dairy and crop. Dairy, we looked at milk supplies, for milk to be safe, to be transported from maybe milk producing areas like in Western Uganda to the central. Then in crop, if you've ever moved to Eastern Uganda, basically Teso sub-region, they produce a lot of oranges. In a very short time, they flood the market. A sack of oranges goes for 10,000, but if investment is done in this cold storage, these oranges can be available in the market all year round, and the farmers will benefit on high prices. Another opportunity is solar drying. This is for fruits. Many companies, organizations are exporting dried fruits. Another member came up with the black soldier fly. By using the remains maybe from the fruit factory, they can be used to produce these black soldier flies, which can be solar dried and fed to poultry. Feeds, and even produce like coffee. If it is a rainy season, somebody cannot dry coffee properly, so if you invest in solar drying, it's a very good opportunity for investors. We also looked at milling. It is always neglected, but we always promote value addition, like rice, in maize. So if you also invest in milling machines, which can be operated by solar, not depending on electricity, there's also an opportunity there which is waiting to be tapped into. Another opportunity we have, we already have a link with organized farmer groups and organizations like the Dankole Farmers, Tulima, which are already existing. So that is already an existing opportunity. Finance, somebody from the bank has said we have the finances, and there's also an opportunity. The barriers we looked at, before the barriers, the market for all those things is available from individual farmers and from cooperatives. The barriers we identified to all this is investment readiness. Although we are saying finances are ready or available by the banks and other organizations, there is an investment readiness which these people, farmers, should have it so that they can access the finances. After sales support is also a barrier. Some companies which are dealing in solar products are only based in maybe Kampala, so they send a product to very far northern, in eastern, in western, and they cannot give after sales support. Market information is also not readily available to the farmers and other users. Then there is also some inefficiency in some dryers, that they cannot produce the desired quality by, for example, exporters. You may find that you're drying pineapples in a given solar dryer, and the color comes out when it is not favorable, and it is not what is wanted on the market. So that inefficiency is also a barrier. The technology maturity, technologies are available, but we say that the maturity period, they have not yet matured, they have not been advanced to provide the exact demand of the farmers. Then lastly, we looked at lack of awareness on these technologies to the farmers and the general public. The evidence to show that there is viability for all this, we say that we have the demand. Farmers want this technology, population is increasing day and night, and therefore people's consumption is increasing. Produce volume is also increasing. There's ability for payment by farmers is also increasing. You may find that most farmers are moving away from subsistence to commercial. That means the ability to be able to pay for these investments is there. The action and who is responsible, we said we need farmer profiling, and we said it should be done by both private and government for easy location of these farmers in the various places where they are, what they own, the size of their farms, so that in case somebody wants to finance, we'll just go to the database of the farmers and get all the information required. And we said the actors in that, we have Tulima Solar, UE, CCC, CRIC, WRI, EAE, NOGAM, and MAAIF. We were informed by Commissioner Adam Zungu that MAAIF is working on an information system which will have all this information. Another action is technical market assessment of opportunities like solar drying and cold storage. There should be a technical market assessment for these opportunities in solar drying and solar storage, cold storage, by still the same entities I've mentioned above. Knowledge management to compile all the database. CRIC is responsible for this, and there's information that already some data is available. For example, on organic farming, there are some data on the number of organic farmers in the country. The cooperatives law needs to be changed or amended. We heard in the presentation here before lunch that these cooperatives are not allowed to own some of these technologies. And we are saying the responsible ministry is MAAIF, Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives, and other MDAs. We also noted that there are some restrictions, like taxes, which hinder the importation of these machines into the country, and we noted that URA is responsible for this, to reduce on the taxes of these products as they come into the country. Thank you. Maybe if I've forgotten something, that my group members can.
Good evening, everybody. This is Atwine Esther representing members of Group 3. Where are the members of Group 3? So they are there. Let me first read for you our assignment. Our assignment, a prioritized evidence and learning agenda, identifying existing sources, critical gaps, cases to document, responsible actors, and intended users of the evidence. For us as Group 3, we found out that already farmers have embraced confunding, because as a government policy this time, they want farmers to confund, and farmers have no problem with that one. But we identified that this one depends on the socio-economic status of the area. So when the socio-economic status of the area is high, then farmers can easily confund and can easily even install irrigation system by themselves. Then we also found out that there is a need for harmonization with different line ministries. We found that Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and Water should harmonize or should be coordinated so that they implement the pure activities together other than creating white elephants. Then we also found out that there should be a room for national agroforestry strategy, which has not yet become a policy. So, otherwise, we will just say, let us irrigate, we will say, let us do proper agronomic practices, but you find we are affecting the environment. So, there is a need for national agroforestry policy, which is just a strategy. Then, we also found out that there is, per now, that there is no proper documentation of farmers to access the financial loans or funds, because you know banks, commercial banks, they need evidence, they need documentation, which farmers don't have. That is a gap. Then we found out that as other projects, like for example, in Uganda, there was this project of agriculture cluster development project, where the government made the importers of the taplings not to be taxed. So why can't also government, as it is promoting this regenerative activities to be done, especially this, the inputs for irrigation system to be imported when they are tax-free, so that at least the irrigation system can be cheaper to the farmer. Then, Ministry of Agriculture is using different names, Ministry of Energy, different names, different terminologies. Why can't they come together and agree that let the terminologies to be used be like this, so that you find the language spoken by Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Water and Energy is uniform. But now, this one is using this name, Rapure, this one is using the generative what. Let them harmonize and come up with same terminology. Then, Rapure agenda is not talked in agriculture. Let there be, in fact, the other group too mentioned it, let there be a conditional grant for this particular intervention. Otherwise, if they just say you budget, then there will be no budget for the what? For this particular activity. For example, under PDM, the guidelines are very clear. There is a conditional grant for PDM, and that's why it has come to the ground. So we say, the gap, let MAAIF also, or Ministry of Energy, but of course the Ministry of Energy is not sending money to the district. It can pass by, Ministry of Finance can pass that money through extension grant, and then maybe cater for the what? for this particular project. Then we are saying, let us not only involve government to carry out the Rapua activities, also private sector should come on board. Advantage which we have, for example, like some districts like in Tungamo, we have organized organic cooperatives which are marketing coffee. So implementing this activity will be very easy because for them they are not allowed to use inorganic fertilizer, they are not allowed to spray. So just improving on their agronomic practice and we give them solar panel and already their socio-economic status is okay, confining is not a problem, and most of them have water source. So that's what we saw. And then already the data which is available, Ministry of Agriculture has data because before starting to implement the micro-scale irrigation, it conducted the baseline survey. And now some farmers have benefited from there. So we can at least get that data from Ministry of Agriculture. But even this particular project, Power for Food Partnership, like in Tungamo, this week Friday, they will be training us on how to use the tool to collect different data. So also that one we say, let the data be collected by MAAIF under small-scale irrigation and also be collected under Power for Food Partnership using the tools developed. They've already developed the tool. So on this week, Friday, in Tungamo, the district agro-energy task force will be trained on how to use the tool so that we have organized data, not this one of guesswork. So another thing is that let there be a condition grant I've already talked about. Then there should be good coordination between the three core ministries. Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Agriculture and Energy. Let there be properly coordinated or in the implementation of the Rapua activities. Then we need to document where the yield of farmers before irrigation and the yield of farmers after irrigation, is it still the same? But that proper documentation is not yet what? Captured, which means that is that is a gap. Then we also need to do what? We need to document success stories. Already for us in Ntungamo, success story as a result of micro-scale irrigation is already there. What are the success stories though not properly documented? One, there is increase in number of coffee hullers. Secondly, there is increase in acreage because now, because of this Rapua activities, it has attracted commercial people with money to come and do commercial farming. That's why now, as we talk as a district, the coffee hullers are now in the whole district are more than 150. So which means, since it is, when it is coffee season, you really see that there is money being generated. But success stories need to be properly documented. Then another thing is let the district agro-energy task force become very strong and become very functional, and that's when all these gaps will be addressed. Clap for me.
And after clapping for group 3, clap for group 2 and group 1 and all the groups together. Madam should be a teacher, somewhere, somehow. All right, thank you very much. Those are the conversations coming in from the groups. I know we gave in very little time, but we managed to get a lot of conversation and information coming in. And that's very, very commendable. Thank you so much. Once again, let's all give ourselves a round of applause for participating. even with a very short period of time. I know we are getting into jam time, but there is not a lot of jam, because kids are on holiday, right? Let me invite back Mr. Kankwasa to officially close. Let's give him some energy as he comes. This is the very last bit of our event today.
Thank you to Heise once again. The takeaways have been summarized by the three groups. I hope we've been able to capture what each of us is going to apply in the next 30 to 60 days. But in summary, just 2. Group 1, I picked one takeaway, which was also mentioned by Group 3, coordination of the different MDAs in implementation of these activities. We had a presentation this morning where one of us said in Uganda, MAAIF goes in, water goes in, everybody goes in, and we are all going to the same farmer. So, first takeaway, can we all coordinate and help this farmer? We even reduce government expenditure if we all move together. So that's takeaway from Group 1. Takeaway from Group 2 is very obvious and very practical. All of us, solar irrigation. I want to encourage all of us to practice farming where we come from. Even those who come from urban areas, do some farming. So Group 2, solar irrigation. And then Group 3, still related to Group 1, harmonization, coordination, and implementation of the pure activities. So we've had a beautiful day. We want to thank SNV for bringing us here. We want to thank the different MDAs and different organizations that are represented here for sparing your time and coming here. And we have met, we've networked, we've discussed, we've come up with a way forward. So what is next? SNV, our good SNV, what is next from here? This is a call, all of us, that these takeaways, each of us picks 1 or 2, and until SNV or its equivalent brings us together, let's come to share what we've done on all these outputs. And before that time comes when we meet again, I want to thank you once again. And as Hise says, before we get to jam time, wish you a good evening, wish you safe travel back home, and hope to meet again to continue our conversation. For God and my country.
Thank you so much. I'm not even worried about jam because it is holiday period. Yeah. Or we can choose to, you either go to jam or you at least continue engaging and we have tea together. That's what I can say. Let me have Carlos come and give us some administrative announcements, if any. I know many of us have been asking about photos and a lot of things. He will communicate about that, and then we'll have one big, huge group photo here so we can be able to recall the conversations and discussions we had for this full day. Carlos? Oh, we first take the picture?
Yeah, and then just let's be part of the movement. Let's keep the momentum. Let's do some actions. I know many of you, and I like all of you, What I notice is that sometimes we are so busy in our own agendas, even though we have a common goal. Then I met, let's say, my colleague Frederick Ibrahim after 3 months in the same event or similar event. Hi, Ibrahim, how are you? Yeah, I saw you 3 months ago, yeah? So let's really take this one, and I invite all of you to coordinate with the different stakeholders, with the different partners from Power for Food, but also to amplify what each of us we are doing together. So then please take your folder, try to be part of the movement. This is not about Power for Food and 7 partners, this is about all of us, right? So you will see a QR code there that you can join the Power for Food partnership website, and then also you can join there the newsletter, and then we can continue keeping in touch. And then let's continue discussing. We don't need this kind of events to talk, to do things, yeah? So let's keep in touch, and thank you again to MAAIF and MAAIF, but then let's have the group discussion, yeah? The photo group, sorry.
All right, thank you very much. Rizik, did we get any QR code as well for the pictures? Do we have one? Do we have it ready? Okay, but please as well be able to scan that QR code, and you could pass by the registration desk and ask how you can get your photo. Oh yeah, right there. The QR code is right here. You can be able to scan this. For the pictures, it's going to stay here. The team will keep it on so that as we go, we're able to get it. You'll scan this and access all the pictures. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request that we all stand. We'll come and take the group picture right here. Team Len, are we able to take the picture? All right, here. Okay. All of us, please. Everyone this time. The picture is not exclusive. It's all inclusive. No terms and conditions except for the cameraman. Of course, the cameraman never gets to be in the picture. But everyone else, please come through. Of course, some of us will be behind, especially some of us who are very down to earth like me. By down to earth, I just mean that we are closer to the ground. Yeah, for the ladies, you know when you're down to earth, you elevate the height a little bit. So some of us will stand at the stairs behind this side, so that we are all aligned, well aligned. Please make sure you're not in the crop zone. Make sure you're not hidden. Yeah? Until I see all the tables empty. All the tables empty. Yeah. Carlos can be anywhere because after all in the picture he will still be seen. Okay, let's be in particular areas. Make sure you're not in the crop zone. Those corners where if we are editing the picture and we are resizing it, we cut off half of your hand, you know, part of the ear. And then after, before the camera clicks, I will also just run and join. Sure. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure having you here. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for your ideas, your deliberations. The QR code is here. Please, if you need to take pictures, if you need to be able to get all the pictures that we've heard.
Of resilience unfolding, one where sunlight, water, and regenerative practices work together to transform. There is a story of resilience unfolding, one where sunlight, water, and regenerative practices work together to transform a farmer's livelihood. This is the journey of Mr. Kagugube Fred, a farmer in Mityana district supported by Kulika, a member organization of Pelham Uganda and a partner under the Power for Food Partnership program in Uganda.
Natandika nga nima etali ngunjulemu. Kulika Uganda nensanga nga nima ya bulijjo nga abalala balima naye ng'okulima kwange sifunamu. Kulika Uganda nentwala nensomesa. Yamala okunsomesa nenkomawo nenkyusa ennima gye nali nnima. Amazzi gano ga sola. Yokeera ku makya n'oteekako pampu nekuba amazzi ne gajja ku maanyi g'enjuba, amazzi tanka nejjula, then n'okola ki? N'okola irrigation.
Kagugube Fred, a farmer who once depended entirely on unpredictable rains, today he farms confidently year-round, powered by solar irrigation and regenerative agriculture.
Omuti guno luli nagujjangako oluusi kiremu nga sirina mazzi era nga sinnasoma naye kati omuti guno nsobola okugujjako kilo 5 kubanga nasomesebwa ebigimusa ekisokera ddala nti biri cheap bya bwerere mbikola bukozi mu muddo siteeka musingi. Ekyokubiri nti nenyongerako omutindo gwa solar pump n'amazzi nago gali cheap nnyo. Kakati mu kifo ky'okufuna kilo emu omuti ngufunako kilo meka?
With support from Kulika Uganda, Fred adopted regenerative practices, including the use of organic manure, biopesticides, and soil and water conservation, which created a strong foundation for the later pure intervention.
Participatory Ecological Land Use Management, Uganda, is a coalition of civil society organizations and a few individuals who are striving to improve the lives of smallholder farmers using agroecological means. We do help the farmer from the production, post-harvest handling, marketing, up to consumption. The small-scale farmers we are dealing with could not adequately access the energy that was on the market. So renewable energy comes in as an effective way of accessing energy for productive resources. Times have changed and the clock cannot turn back. You cannot produce using rudimentary methods, but using energy you can do much more than you were doing without energy. So the small-scale farmers should embrace fully renewable energy and use it to produce, use it to store, use it to refrigerate, use it to improve their access to market, their incomes, their nutrition, and ultimately their livelihoods.
Together, we can scale this change across Uganda, building resilient farms and resilient futures. In Luweero, women farmers are rewriting the future of agribusiness, building thriving organic enterprises powered by renewable energy, strategic leadership, and a bold vision to compete across regional and global markets.
OGAM is the voice and leader of the organic industry in Uganda. We've been in existence since 2001, so we've just celebrated our 25th anniversary. And we are a proud partner of the Power for Food program, which is a program that is focusing on the nexus between renewable energy and regenerative agriculture, and our point of entry is organic agriculture. We also work very well with SMEs such as Sulma Foods. Sulma Foods is our member. We've been with Sulma Foods for the last 20 years, and we've supported Sulma Foods in different ways, from training the farmers that are supplying Sulma to supporting them with technology acquisition for the solar drying facility, but also access to market.
Salma is a farmer and entrepreneur whose business processes fruits, herbs, and spices using solar-powered drying technology.
At Sulma, we believe in enhancing and protecting the environment. So we are so keen into in agriculture in terms of organic farming. We have a plant that is solar, a solar hybrid plant that does drying of fruits and vegetables. So we use solar majorly because, first of all, it's a conservation of energy, and then it's clean energy, and it's cheap energy, yeah. At the same time, it is friendly to the environment.
By combining organic agricultural practices with renewable energy technology, the business has transitioned, improving product consistency, lowering production costs, and meeting regional and international market standards.
One of the major challenges that we are facing currently in terms of scaling, I'll look at it in terms of our capacity. At the moment, we are producing like a ton per month of dried fruits, that is dried pineapple, banana, and jackfruit. But we would love to do more than that because the market out there is huge, especially the organic market. So we are having challenges in that because the kind of technology we are using is a bit old-fashioned. Of course, they are now better in terms of the machinery. So we'd love to have a machinery that will give us a huge or better capacity to grow. Of course, what does this translate? If we are able to produce more, then the farmers also will enjoy a lot more because we work with farmer groups. We buy from them, we certify them in terms of organic certification. So when we scale up, at the same time, the community will benefit.
With the integration of raw, pure approaches, increasing production efficiency and quality, the business is more competitive to serve regional and export markets while providing employment opportunities, especially for women.
Nogami is like family to us. We have had a relationship with them long. I'm talking of over 20 years, yeah? We've really been a very strong member, and they've been really good partners. We've worked with them strongly in very various activities, training, exposures, yeah? So we've benefited from them in terms of market networks, yeah, as far as going for biofarms and all that. We've benefited in terms of, we started the organic market at Zambia. We have an organic market there on Saturday at Caritas, hosted by Caritas. So we've had a tremendous relationship with Nogamo.
Scaling women-led agribusinesses requires better access to finance, business services, and affordable, raw, pure solutions. With Power for Food and its partners, we aim to build a sector where more businesses like this. In the heart of Mpigi district, a powerful agricultural innovation and practice is taking shape. At the Nature and Creativity for the Future Generation Farm, renewable energy and regenerative agriculture are driving real productivity gains for farmers. This innovation is supported by AXA, one of the partners for the Power for Food Partnership Program in Uganda.
Our organization started in 2018, and our vision was to promote sustainable use of natural resources in order to protect the environment and promote income-generating activities. So the mission is to help the farmers in promoting sustainable agriculture. So that's what we do. And we have a number of groups of farmers. We have around right now 150 different groups, including youth groups.
This farm, using off-grid solutions and regenerative agricultural practices, has become a learning hub for farmers seeking more productive, resilient and affordable ways to grow food and rebuild soil health.
This farm shows a number of diversified enterprises. As AXA, we support our members, first of all, through advocacy and empowerment, to be able to lobby for a number of services. But above all, members are supported through exchanges and exposure learning visits of different enterprises, both regenerative, and now we have incorporated the component of renewable energy. And part of these practices, they are learned across the membership through peer-to-peer learning.
With support from AXA, the farm now serves as a living classroom, a place where knowledge flows, farmers learn, and the raw, pure movement grows.
That people are dying of different illness, but some of them are caused because of what we eat. So you find that many people use a lot of chemicals in their gardens, which was not there before. So you find that this type of regenerative agriculture promotes use of available resources. You don't need to spend a lot of money to buy chemicals and put in your garden. But if you use the natural methods like fertilizers, organic fertilizers, you can retain your soil and produce good food for you and for others. And also, if you practice this organic agriculture, you can also keep the environment.
Through the initiative of Power for Food, where AXA is a partner, this is one of the member of the organizations where we are implementing this initiative. And as AXA, we are trying to connect communities to renewable solutions that address food security, income generation, regenerative agriculture, and resiliency.
We have got a variety of enterprises here at this farm. We have zero grazing cows, we have pigs, we have apiary there, we keep bees. And bees, we keep them mainly to pollinate our crops, but also we can harvest honey and we get some income. We have also crops, we have coffee, we have bananas, we have different vegetables, and we add value to the crops we grow.
This is the future of farming, renewable, regenerative, resilient. Be part of this growing movement of farmer organizations regenerating soils and powering production with productive use of renewable energy.